What's going on, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. We're going to definitely have a good one today. As you can see in the title, in the thumbnail, I'm going to be joined by SKC. We're going to be having a discussion about Black culture and whether or not Black culture is worth saving. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. I don't even know how much of it I want to tease before we get into it. If you watch the conversations with me and Hood Conservative on Saturday, we tend to step into that and trying to pin down, aspects of Black culture because, people think like myself. I say that a lot of our problems are stemmed from culture, whereas a lot of people they try to say that it's outside forces acting on Black people causing all of these these problems that we could see statistically with Black people, and a lot of it is culture. But and I think those of us who are brave enough, courageous enough to admit it, will say that yes, there's a lot of this stuff is happening from within. The call is coming from inside the house, like that movie said. I forgot the name of the movie. So we're gonna be getting into that. But SKC goes a step further than I do when he says, he asked the question, is it worth saving? And we got to pin down, what is that? We got to pin down, what is Black culture? What would be worth saving after we pin down what it is? And so we're going to be getting into that. And as Pablo said in the chat room, nobody exposes the community more than SKC. So it's going to be interesting today. So strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
What's up? What's going on? As the crowd is pouring in, I see the crowd pouring in. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Shout out to Dig Thug. I ain't seen you through here in a minute. Shout out to Dig Thug. The crowd is pouring in. Y'all know what to do. Make sure y'all hit the like button. I have a Discord server now, so RM is dropping that in the chat room. And RM, in fact, check your email because the StreamYard link was just sent via email. But I have a Discord server now, so that'll be in the chat. I definitely want you guys to go over there. We're going to be having some things going on over there. But shout out to the early bird squad, those who make it in bright and early before we even get things started. Shout out to the Trucker. He says, I see we are going on a coon-tastic voyage today. Yes, we are. And thank you for tuning in. I said cooning in. I said I did that by accident one day. I said coon in instead of tune in. SKC in the back. I'm gonna let them know you can have that one. But no, shout out to Omega Dreads. Pablo Fresco Bar in the building says, can't wait for this. Nobody exposes the community like SKC. We got the 313 Dash in the building, Win Master in the building. He says, define Black culture. I think that's the first thing on the agenda today, to try to pin down what the hell we talking about when we talking about Black culture. Survival. So shout out to you. Shout out to you for that. What Survival says, what is Black culture? So yeah, you're asking the same question, is Windmaster. So yeah, both y'all are on the same wavelength there. Snazzy individual in the building. Shout out to you. Says salute, ready for a good show. Absolutely. Joe Ethereal in the building. Shout out to Joe Ethereal. Salute, salute, salute. Hood Conservative in the building. He says coons are usually on time. Yeah, a little bit. You know, they act like the white man. So yeah. But anyway, all right. So we about to get into this Dark Knight mentality. I see it was Ange A, Josh Johnson, just shouting out a Deacon Dave, shouting out a few more people. The Clue channel in the building. Shout out to the Clue channel. Shout out to the Clue channel. All right. That's enough. That's enough. So, all right, let's go ahead and get on into this. 83 people in the building. Make sure you hit the like button. We are joined by the one and only SKC. Welcome back. Welcome back.
It has been a while, man. What's going on?
Another day at the office. And this is going to be an interesting one. Speak real quick before we get into it. What sparked it? What sparked you to? I think I know. I think it was something that happened on my channel that basically started a domino effect that led to this show today. But I guess let's back up. What sparked having this conversation at this time right now?
You know, I believe you're right, but I'm going to exercise these countermeasures today. So one is that of negative questioning, and um, assuming that you're right, which I'm giving you a clue to that. Yes, you're right. It did domino. What
Mm-hmm.
do you believe happened that dominoed this conversation?
Um. Well, Little Big Nate made a statement, and you asked the question why. The statement that he made is he said that he had a preference, just a preference. I didn't think that was that controversial of a statement, but he said a preference for his son would start a family with a Black woman.
Hmm.
That's what he said his preference was. And some people interpreted that as him basically, you know, wanting to feed his son back into the same system that we acknowledge has all these problems. But I thought that was being unfair to Nate. And I'll go ahead and say his name. Trey trolled Nate in the chat room, and Nate flew off the handle and started yelling and screaming at Trey, and then that translated over to you and Hood, and a good conversation was lost because Nate got triggered by Trey because Trey triggers Nate. But but the main, hold on, but real quick, the main thing that where I think that you and Hood was being a little unfair to Nate, because I know y'all know pretty much everything I know about Nate. I know y'all know that about Nate, and Nate is of the view that if a Black woman who votes Democrat shouldn't even be dealt with. He's about separation, and seeing as like 93% of them vote Democrat, like the amount of the Black women that would even qualify in Nate's eyes to start a family with his son is a small, unique breed of Black women that would qualify that would be on board with the separation from the nigga shit or the matrifocal families type of stuff that we were talking about. So that's where I felt like I was being a little unfair to Nate, because I know he's about separation. I know he views it as a small percentage of them actually worthy, and that's what he would want his son to hopefully be. I mean, to be with those of that small percentage. And because what he actually wants for Black people, those with their head on straight, is to separate, move from that, and then grow something that makes sense out from whatever pocket they separate, whatever pocket they separate to, he would want it to grow out from there, and then hopefully they could grow all of that bigger. And yes, he would like to see it, start at home, with his family. He would like his family to be the shining example of what black people should be. So that's how I interpreted what Nate was saying. But Ja was on some, you trying to feed them back to the gynocracy. I was like, come on now, I know Nate ain't on that. But again, it sparked a good conversation.
Yeah, I actually, I'm a bit saddened that a conservative has to kind of rebuild his channel. Something happened, and
Oh
but
shit,
we had,
real?
yeah, we had a conversation over there, and that happened. I think the next day or the day after that, and actually, I would, I believe I made a mighty defense for Nate.
I
Quite a
stopped
mighty
I, I
defense.
I stopped listening right at that point. I was listening in the clouds, but right around the time where it sounded like you was about to defend Nate, something came up. I had to do something. I never went back and listened, but I did hear you say that you was coming up to defend Nate. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. It's like, it, and you're absolutely correct. That did seed this thought of the conversation, and uh, I think
Wait,
that,
hold on. You said Hood Servative got to rebuild his channel?
yeah, that's from
No,
what I
I'm
was
looking at
told.
it right now. His channel is still right there with 4.6 thousand subs.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I heard incorrectly then,
Yeah,
but
good.
but the thought that that I was pushing forward was that a balance needs to come into play, and I think that some people overreach things, which leads into this conversation, and then you have certain questions that come up that I think people, um, I won't charge them of saying they're being dumb, but due to the internet, a lot of hmm, polarizing ideas that capture a lot of attention because they're stated in such a way to build shock and awe. Then you have certain people that try to top that, and then we start getting into the realms of like, well, I just say it, nonsense. Take for instance the beginning question. People will
Okay.
open up with, "What is black culture?" Now,
Mhm.
do you think that the majority of people who are asking that question are asking it in good faith, or are they asking as if black culture does not exist at all?
I think most of the people that ask what is black culture, I think they think it doesn't exist. And that's why they're asking that question. They're basically saying, if you're talking about black culture, is it worth saving or this or that about black culture? Define what it is first. First, establish that it's a thing before we can move forward and talk about it. I think that's why
Right.
they ask, what is it? Yeah.
And that's the part that I find that when I was having these conversations back in the day with conservative and others, and I was saying that the pendulum swing that will eventually occur that deals with politics and so forth, it could damage other points of view because people then began to take extreme views on very basic concepts. Take, for instance, if a person really wanted to know what is black culture, first you would just define culture. We know that culture, and I have it here, defined as shared beliefs, values, customs, behaviors that characterize a group.
Mm-hmm.
It includes language, religion, art, music, food, social organization, and other aspects of their daily lives. So, as a negative form of questioning, are you stating that black people do not have shared values, beliefs, customs, behaviors, particular ways of lives, uh, thoughts of on language, religion, art, music, food, social organization? Are you saying that they don't have anything of that nature that is unique to them?
Right. I'm glad you framed it that way, because to say that anybody in a modern time doesn't have a culture, but to not have a culture, somebody would have to be basically just crawled out from under a rock. People, like, I mean, to be here and don't have a culture, yeah. Like, so would you describe what you laid out? Everybody has that. Everybody
Right.
has that. Even if you go to the some Aboriginal tribe that live, being um the, the Aboriginal tribe that live in the bushes somewhere, they still have aspects of that, when things that they do, their custom, their traditions, their behaviors, their system of beliefs. It could be the way that they braid their hair or collect seashells and organize them, and all of that would count as a part of the culture. So I mean, everybody
Mhm.
has a culture. So yeah. So yeah, there's Black culture is obviously a thing. So again, you're right, definitely starting out that it is a absurd question. I didn't think it was as absurd until you explained it the way you explained it, but it is an absurd session, an absurd question to to even ask. Do Black people have a culture? Of course. Of course.
Yeah, and I think the problem comes in is that when people try to, I guess, put you behind the gun, as it were, and okay, well, what is it? And then they want you to, name all of these different things, and and then you're basically on the fence.
Mm-hmm.
But to ask such a question, well, the person you would need to agree upon the definition of what is culture. And then once you get to what culture is, the obvious answer would be, so you're basically stating that if black people have no culture, then, or if you're positioning that, then you're saying that they behave as the rest of America, right?
Right. Yeah. That's one thing that they could possibly default to. If they don't have a
Hmm.
culture, they're just acting like baseline Americans. Yeah. That's
And
one
then it,
interesting way to put it.
and then if that's the case, then that takes away a lot of their other arguments about issues that are um, unique to Black America, whether they have positive things to say about it or negative things to say about it. So, um, say for me, of course, a lot of people will say that I have a lot of negative observances about Black culture or Black
Hmm.
people. But in that, I would have to acknowledge that they do have a culture then.
Yeah. Otherwise, what are you criticizing?
Correct. Then
Well,
they would be
the
basically
thing that
saying that I'm
you're
being biased. I'm just looking at a particular subset of American culture and a race of people that act American. That would be the charge.
yeah, and that's not a satisfying argument either, because even if we agree that all Americans have some baseline things that they do, by definition, everybody would be in some way a subset of American culture. If if everybody has a baseline the way that they act, but this group of people does things this way, this group of people does things that way, and so forth and so on down the line, then that's everybody having their own culture that has a baseline in American culture, but they still they deviate in obvious areas that we can look at, see, quantify, and measure. So yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
I know you got super chats. I don't want to go because I know that this will probably be a more long form conversation, and I know people
yeah.
will have insights on it. So let's have at it.
Well, shout out to Kenneth Williams with the $5 super chat. Do appreciate that. Do appreciate that. Shout out to number 16 in the building. Says, let me make that bigger so I can see it. Number 16 in the building says, to be honest, if 93% of Black women are Democrats, which means evil. Okay, wow. He's going for the jugular. He says, and part of the other 7% are probably married slash coupled. Okay. Where are you getting Black women from, if not the sisterhood? I don't know if everything you said there is airtight, but it's still a valid question. Still a valid question. I mean, that speaks to the slim picking. So yeah, no, I understand the question. Understand the logic of the question.
You
Understand.
to loan me $10. I know you got $10.
Yeah, I got it. You know why I got it? Because I don't throw my money away on them streets.
Shout out to number 16 dropping $10 on it. Shout out to number 16. Real quick, real quick. I just saw another one. I'm tripping. Sir Tice in the building. Shout out to Sir Tice. Says SKC is my ace, but this is when he's being disingenuous. I think he's referring to the first part of the question. The first part. I mean, when we was talking about what happened with, Little Big Nate, how the whole genesis of this conversation started. He says he's no good and well. There is a upper middle class black people, especially being a Divine Nine members. Stop it, SKC. You're still my dog. Now, what did you say that implied that you don't think that there is a upper middle class black people, especially the Divine Nine?
No, I think that's where people were mistaking my views along with perhaps Trey's and Hood Servatives. Uh, we had a long form discussion, and the same question was brought up: what is black culture, and other things that have to do with history and all that. And I will not go that far um, to delve into that rabbit hole. And I believe that I presented ideas that that negate those talking points. But I'm pretty sure we'll eventually get into that. But I think Tice was thinking that I was holding the same opinions of, let's say, like Trey and Conservative, and on that I don't. I think that there is a black culture. Um, I think that it's quite different from what was traditionally a part of the past than in modern times. But so far as whether a black culture exists, yeah, that's obvious. Obviously, yes.
All right. So let's go ahead and get into it. We've done a really long teaser trailer getting into it. Far as defining black culture, well, no, I'm looking at show notes and whatnot. So okay. So saying a brief overview. Hold on, wait. Okay. If black culture exists, well, we know we established black culture exists. I guess. Hold on. Wait. Damn it. Now I can't even find what I was looking for. I guess let's get into defining. Let's get into defining black culture. If that's probably a good place to start with it. Let's define it. Let's talk about it. Let's hash out what it is. But if you want to start right there, because I think I botched a part of the notes where I don't got
No,
it.
no,
But
no, no. What I'm thinking is this, like, for the people that have those questions, and I'm pretty sure that once the conversation opens up in in whenever this whenever you open up the panel, as it were, I'm pretty sure someone is going to come up with that thought of, what is black culture. And I'm just telling you outright, we looked at the definition of it, and now the defense of that is, instead of us having to have to play this defense of trying to go and name all of these different things, I want them to positively show how black people have no shared beliefs, values, customs, behaviors, um, language, religion, art, music, food, social organization, or any other aspects of their daily lives which are different from America in general.
yeah, I think that's the easy part. That's the easy part. I think we already disabused that anybody who's
Yeah,
saying black people don't have culture like that, like
yeah.
that's nonsense. That's nonsense. So
But sometimes, and I'll just throw in this part too, because sometimes you're gonna have people that, and I'm pretty sure that you've dealt with them, that will come up with all of these historical questions about things in the past and stuff that you can't trust, and then it gets all into the weeds with all of this. Did this really happen, and all of that stuff? And for the people who's gonna come up and do that, I'll just say, I'm ready. But I don't think that a lot of those individuals have really read history. I think that they've looked at a few accounts and have cherry picked this and that, and so forth. But going on to the whole thing about the um, I guess traditional black culture of old. I think just like when you look on the thumbnail, you have pictures of individuals like your Frederick Douglasses, your Captain Paul Coffees. You can go through all of the names of old. Those people referred to black culture in their own writings, and they were trying to make a shift from slavery to black people being a productive part of American society, and integrating into it in certain ways. And I think that's where the conversation should begin, because people start to jump to the future and all of that. But when you begin there with your Frederick Douglasses, your Martin Delaney's, your Booker T. Washington's, Du Bois, and so forth. Those people were beginning to shape what American black culture was going to be. And their impact is still present today in many ways. It's
How
not
so?
as potent as it was, but it's
Yeah, I
still
was just
present.
about to say, how so is their impact still present?
Okay. Just on the smaller views, I think that you have individuals who look at those people for direction of how to navigate certain things. Take for instance, like your young Rippers, Eric July. He'll tell you at the outset of how he set up his business, how he moves, and everything. All of it is patterned after Booker T. Washington.
He said that?
Set up, set
wow.
up, get your own stuff, build your own stuff, interact with people that have similar ideals. Shout out to Nick Taylor. Ideology will always trump race, and go forth. And look, he's a multimillionaire.
Yeah, no, interesting. This is one thing that I wanted to say. Well, no, that's okay. That's interesting if you're saying that. Okay, there are black people that that obviously laid out the blueprint for how black culture could move, but the people that you're talking about are people who come from the time of the struggle, and I think a lot of it is that we look at it in terms of the struggle. Okay, what I mean by that, and I was going to send you this because I saw it late last night. I was going to send it to you. There's a video on YouTube. When I was thinking about the discussion we was going to have, I went on YouTube and I just typed in black. No, I think I just typed in what is black culture. A 1 hour video came up. It was a nice, well-produced video. Had a lot of big names speaking on it, doing the voiceover for it. A lot of, famous people involved in the whole works. But they defined it and they broke it down to where it came down to, they talked about the music. They talked about the struggle. And they talked about, sports and athleticism. And they also threw a black girl magic parade, like literally, like that was the whole first segment. Black women are the spark. That was when they broke up the YouTube video into sections. That was the first thing that they spent 15 minutes on talking about how awesome black women are. And then it talked about political activism and going back to the struggle. Then it talked about athletes and what athletes do as far as political activism. And I think that was pretty much it. That was how they broke it down. And music. They talked about music. I think they talked about music after the Black Girl Magic Parade. So yeah, Black Girl Magic Parade, music, athletes, and the struggle. Like, that was it. Now, here's the thing. Black Girl Magic Parade aside, I think there is a there for this reason. If you look at what's unique with black people, you know, I think we can agree. I think most people can agree that when it comes to music, there is something unique. I was doing a little research, just tracing the origins of, you know, the blues, gospel, jazz, rock and roll, disco, hip hop. Yeah, the data can be a little noisy on where all that stuff came from and where it started, but a lot of the Marvel origin story for how all those different genres of music was invented, it was black people behind it in some way. So it's like, clearly there's something unique within black people to where, when it comes to the music, when it comes to sports and our athleticism, like those are deeply ingrained features, you know, almost hardwired more than cultural, but we can say cultural. But those are deeply ingrained features, and those are, I think, those are good things. Those are positive things. But other than that, everything else that I saw when I was like doing a little research before the show, everything else that people talked about as, yeah, that's part of the culture. It was fighting against the system, fighting against oppression, and we're in a place, and we've kind of talked about this before. Without a big bad bully to take down, or a system to push back or fight against, it's like there's aspects of black people not even knowing what to do with themselves if they don't have that. And so that, to me, that's, I think that's the impasse or the struggle when trying to pin down rather things make sense culturally as black people. It's like we can't even speak on it or define it or even have a sensible conversation without mentioning or going back to the struggle. Because even when you talked about things that make sense in black culture, I was people that came out of the struggle that did things that make sense. Post struggle, it's just like a bunch of it just seems like a bunch of anarchy going on, you know. So that's my nutshell on you know, traditional black culture to where we're at right now and what we're seeing right now.
Okay, so when I was thinking about that, you know, I thought that because Hood Servative brought up that point, you know, all this connection to a quote unquote struggle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's a too simplified explanation, and I think that it doesn't hold weight when you compare it to a lot of other things. Take, for instance, look at all of the things that are born out of struggle. They say that when you look at various cultures and people throughout the entire globe, this past February, we went to a symphony. We went to go see Lemire. The opening entrance of the act or of the selections that were played was one from Gustav Mahler, and it was inspired because it was his final symphony that he created, called Songs of the Earth, and he was diagnosed with scarlet fever. His daughter died, and he was forced to resign from his post as the director of the Vienna State Opera all in the same year. And then it created that grand symphony that he came up with. That's struggle.
Mm.
And we can look throughout all sorts of people who did the exact same thing. We don't look back and say, holy crap, we're going here to the symphony or to the opera or so forth to celebrate struggle. No, we're looking at something that was created out of it that gave hope and it created something beautiful outside of that. So for people to make the argument about, oh man, everything is all connected to struggle. I get what they're saying so far as in modern times, because you have people who will make these overarching arguments about, oh man, racism and white supremacy and blah, 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 blah. But a lot of these people haven't read. And if you read people of old, like your Frederick Douglasses, your Martin Delaney's, your Booker T. Washington's, and so forth, they all state to leave the struggle behind and move forward.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's part of the problem. That's what I was speaking to. People will argue, very intelligent, well-educated, doctoral PhD folks will make the case that we still going through the same exact thing today as we was doing back then. It's just taking a different form under a different name. You know,
right, and
So
that's doing the exact opposite of what those people stated to do in the first place. The take for instance Frederick Douglass. A lot of people get mad at him because near the second portion of his life he married Helen Pitts, a white woman. He was moving ahead with his life and his place in American society. He wasn't holding on to, I was a slave, I'm always gonna stick with the slavery notion. No.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Booker T. Washington. He was stating, hey, you gotta build from the ground up. You do need to be left alone, but this whole idea of you can't do it because, no, you can do it. It's just gonna take time.
Yeah.
All of those thoughts run counter to the things that people are saying today.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. Jockey's Retro in the building. Jockey's Retro in the building, dropping $2 on it. He says the culture definitely, community, no sir.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Real quick on that, would you say that he's saying that there is no community? Would you say that is accurate?
In modern times, yes, I would say that a community of people trying to continue culture is non-existent. That I think in modern times, if one was to say modern Black culture, which I think that's where people get some ideas confused. Yes, modern Black culture is destructive. The word in itself, culture, means to grow. It's an agricultural term. The things that people are seeing today, it's definitely not promoting any sort of growth, particularly long term.
Mm-hmm. All right. Dig Thug in the building with a $20 super chat says cultures should be treated like a genealogy. To simply classify it as American culture is like grouping foxes and wolves together just because of a similar species they derived from. That is a good point, and that's for the people that try to say that, oh, Black culture is just a subset of American culture. But yeah, no,
I want 150,000. But we can start out of court right now for $20. Man, get your.
Thank you for putting the $20 on it. Do appreciate that. But that was a really, really, really good point. Really, really good point. Really good point. Freeman's Journal in the building with the $10 super chat. He says, when these beat ups say black women are preferable because they know your struggle. I hate that argument. He says it is nonsensical. No sane person embraces the past, braces and passes down struggle to the next generation. Do you know my victory? Very well said. Do you know
You
my
don't loan me $10. I know you got $10.
Yeah, I got it. You know why I got it? Because I don't throw my money away on them streets.
shout out to you? Appreciate you putting $10 on it. Appreciate you putting $10 on it. No, very very well said there. Not you know my struggle, you know my victory. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. All right, all right. And make sure you're starring them. Make sure you're starring them. RM, because that way I don't lose them. Make sure you're starring them. We also got Low End Theory in the building. Says people that make struggle comments while typing on their $1,200 phone is hilarious to me. Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. Absolutely, 100%. Thank you for putting 5 on it. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. So it is worth pointing out. It is worth pointing out to people that came out of the struggle. The thought leaders that came out of the struggle was like, leave the struggle behind, move forward. They were saying that even during Jim Crow. It is an odd
Even
turn of
before
event.
that, I would say they were saying that during the Reformation.
Yeah, so see that's where I struggle trying to figure out, okay, what the hell happened to where clearly the thought leaders had that mindset. They had that mindset, but then it somehow evolved into a situation where black people began to embrace what I call an eternal struggle. An eternal struggle. And that, again, that's became a part of the culture. When I watched a video, well-produced video with a lot of big money and big names behind it, and it was called "What is Black Culture?" That the eternal struggle and the activism to fight the oppression, fight the power that be that like that was all of it. Like that was all of it. It's like you can't write, you can't even speak to. I understand that you can't write the history without talking about that, but even talking about today, they can't do it without talking about that. And I think that's where the problem comes in. That's what causes, I think, the stunted growth or arrested development, so to speak. That's what causes that.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think that it became an internal cash cow for certain people,
Yeah.
and then also you have a lot of people who hold very highly rebellious ideas, such as the what was that the black nationalists and black power movements, and these you have from people from the street all the way to people up in academia that highlight those type of things. Of course, you have your people like your I don't know. I'm trying to not put them on a lower rung, but they have more of a street mentality that look up to like the Black Panthers and that era of time. But then you have people in academia. I'll
Who you
throw a
talking
name out
about?
there.
Who didn't you want to put on the lower realm?
Well, I'm not trying to, I guess, say that people that are from the street are like not smart or anything like that. No, they are. You have some people who are, but due to their circumstances, they tend to latch on to certain views at the beginning of their lives, and a lot of it has to do with rebellion.
So you're saying a lot of the street culture they lack on to they're more likely to like what they saw in the Black Panthers than more than what they would could learn from Frederick Douglass or Booker T or something like that. That's basically what you're saying.
Right. But then you even have some people like that are in academia. I'll give you one name that we know very well.
Absolutely.
One Aaron Fountain. He's the same way. Uh, the beginning of his papers begins with a lot of the black struggle of student activist in the 60s. So it's you have a lot of people who lean towards those ideals as if that is the beginning of black culture, and it's not.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. People don't look at it as necessarily. Yeah. People don't go back. People don't go back to Frederick Douglass when they start trying to establish what is black culture. I remember Nate did do a good job speaking on, the culture of the time. Black people. We take we take Black Wall Street. We wear that like a neck medallion around our neck. Like it was like our biggest
Oh yeah,
greatest accomplishment. We rock we rock that like the damn death row chain, like something. But anyway, that damn but he was talking about during that time how black businesses and black men filing for all kind of patents and was doing all kinds of things. Like it was cultural movement even in Jim Crow. And yes, it was a lot of sharecropping and all kind of stuff going on back then as well, but also there was a lot of black innovation in building things and in family structure. And that's one of the next things that we're going to get into. We're going to discuss the makeup of traditional black families and the importance of family structure. And when we get into that, and then that's where we will see a divide on how, from a cultural standpoint, black people uh, do family in the most counterproductive way
yeah,
established in any type of culture that's going to move forward. And that, like, and to the title, because we're gonna get to the question in the title: is black culture worth saving? This becomes the coup de grace as to why we end up saying, well, some people, probably people like yourself, probably come to the conclusion it's just time to scrap it. If this part can't get right, then it's done. But let's get let's get into that. Let's get into that. I got it. It's written in the notes: the makeup of traditional black families and the importance of family structure in the old black culture. And so let's get into that. It says explore more of the attitudes regarding civility, crime, and respectability in traditional black culture, and so forth and so on. So all right, let's go ahead and dig into that one. What's your thoughts? What's your take on that?
yeah. Right after 1865, you had black people who were very interested in building families.
Mhm.
And so a variety of traditional mores came into being. You had people that were, seeking out relatives and putting all these different notes in newspapers to track down relatives and basically reconstruct their family units and get together. Uh, there were mores, attitudes that were basically trying to fight against certain narratives that were put forth about black people, that they were shiftless and not hard workers or unable to rule themselves without a master over them and so forth. So you had a group of people who were going around and trying to help people to build civility, to not get involved in criminal activities, which would hurt the national image of the whole. Um, you had the respectability politics of stuff come into play. That's where you had people wearing their Sunday's best at a lot of different events. Take for instance, like when you look in old images and notes about something that's very big here in Texas, Juneteenth. Uh, Almost all of those old images, everybody was wearing their best. You even had people who were wearing um, their uniforms from the war. So these were all things that were trying to be set up during that time as the beginnings of black culture post slavery. Now you compare that to today, you're gonna see people twerking at a at a Juneteenth festival and people shooting and going on. So it's completely on its head when you compare the two.
Yeah. And I got 220 people in there. I have a Discord server right now. I have a Discord server. Just set it up yesterday. By all means, go over there and join it. We'll be doing some things over there. So go ahead and click on that, sign on up. Let's get that going for me. Get that going for me. Yeah. I remember Nate talked about that. He mentioned I forgot what he said they were doing. I don't know. They were doing something that you wouldn't expect a man to be wearing a tie while doing. It was something like he was doing some work. He had on his coveralls or whatever, or overalls or something. He was doing some type of work, some type of dirty work. But he's like, no, I'm showing up with a tie. I'm showing up with a button-up collared shirt with a tie on. It's like they cared about certain stuff. They were trying to present in a certain way. There was a certain level of respectability that they wanted to have, and then we hear the arguments that that didn't matter. That don't make a difference. People got hung from trees wearing with a tie, wearing a suit and tie. They didn't care. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but to a certain degree, it's like I understand what they're stating, but I think some of that has to do with the basically putting the small amount of data before the majority. We know by far the majority of black people were not hung and lynched and so forth after 1865. Were there cases? Yes. Were there far too many cases? Probably, yeah, of course. But to just slap and say, "Oh, that was the lived experience of the majority of black people at that time," no, it wasn't. And of course, the people nowadays and the people during the I would say the marches of the civil rights and so forth, they would want to put those things at the forefront as to further their cause. And I get it. It was very effective and so forth. But we can't play the game or play the game as if all of those people were being just absolutely saints with how they were presenting things. We know that that Rosa Parks was chosen. We know that that during that time you had the world looking in on a lot of things that were going on in America, and that was some of the reason of why they were like, hey, when you go on this march, wear your very best. We're being looked at the world because the world can help shift the politics here and make America look bad if they react in a certain way. Yeah. So we understand that, a game was being played as well. So,
as it should. I mean, they were in a social, cultural, political war, or you could even say a war, whatever. But so yeah, they had to play the game. They had to play the game, and so there's nothing wrong with that. Do whatever you got to do to get the victory. But it did sound like. Did I hear you say that they were over promoting lynchings to try to try to steer the public in a certain way? I mean, did you say that or imply that?
Yeah, I did imply that during more so during the times of the civil rights marches and so forth. Do I think that it was the right thing to do at that time? Yeah, I think that it was a very effective strategy. Nevertheless, in 2023, that same strategy, no, that's a far overreach to look at any of those things in lieu of what all people have right now and to try to make any of those arguments. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And it goes right back to what those people of the extreme past, your Douglases, your Washingtons, and so forth, were stating was that, hey, you need to have a respectable heir because that is going to help you to be able to overcome in so many different ways in this system of America, which is why you have other groups like the Asian American communities, which will be modeled the model minorities because they operate in a different way that beats the American system.
All right, so let's let's look at modern black culture, modern Black American culture. Now, when you say modern Black American culture, where are you starting it from? From
Yeah, we can start from let's say the 1960s until today.
1960s on to today. You see, I don't know if that's probably the best way, even though it's connected, but I don't know if that's the best starting place because 1960s, they, I would say they was more in the thick of it then versus if you look at let's just say you start 90s to try to okay, the 90s was much different from the 60s, I would say. And then the 2000s obviously was much different from, the 60s and 70s. So it's like, so it is a dividing line because I think when if you go all the way back to the 60s, then that opens the door to connect everything considered or connected to the harsh struggle in the Jim Crow to connect it more to today. I think it's a noticeable change in difference in things once you go from 90s on to today. It just, at least that's in my eyes.
The reason why I state the 60s is because the same people who were prominent in the 60s still are basically in effect having their say today. Your Jesse Jacksons, your Sharptons, your what's that of your Farrakhans. I mean, they're all still having their effect today.
So all right, so let's go from the 60s then. Let's go from the 60s. So modern black culture. Black culture. We taking all the past out of it. Well, not all the past, because I mean we in the 60s still, but looking at it going forward, what are we seeing? Because we got to get to the title question before we open it up. Is black culture worth saving? So I'm assuming things that have happened in recent years that is what only would lead one like yourself to ask such a question. So yeah, so let's go right there. Or you sound like you had something to jump in on.
Yeah, and basically, I'll just add in that when you have those viewpoints from that older class of people, not saying that what they were saying and doing at their time wasn't effective, but I will charge this, and maybe I can ask this to you and the chat as a whole. When you think about the people of old, your Jesse Jacksons, your all of the people that I named before, the 60s leaders and those who were their underlings that shared their views and have moved from there. How has their message changed in modern times?
You saying the Jesse Jacksons of the world?
Yeah.
How have their message changed in modern times? I don't think it has. Not at all. It's exactly the same.
And that's the problem. They're basically positing to you that nothing has changed, when we have physical proof that over the decades, a lot has changed. but they're still acting as if we need to run that wide right sweep because that's all we got. It's like, what are you talking about? We got new receivers, we got new coaches, we got new quarterbacks. Heck, we don't even play on those fields anymore.
Yeah.
We in the stadium. What are you talking about? No, I told you, boy, we gotta run this wide right sweep. Dude, the majority of the league isn't even running like that anymore. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, it's even worse than that. The Phil Jackson, I think Tex Winter, the person who created it, but anyway, the popularized by Phil Jackson triangle offense. When they break it down, they like that won't even work in today's game with the way that the offense, the pace that the offenses are playing, with the amount of 3-point shooting and floor spacing and everything they did. It's like so many things change and evolve that something that was solid gold from 1991 up until about 2008 or 2010 or whenever Phil Jackson won his last championship. Something that was solid gold. It's even just 15 years or 13 years since then. It's a dinosaur right now. The triangle offense became a dinosaur in the NBA. So it's like, yeah. So if nothing has changed in that overall message, then yeah, there's a problem there. There's a problem there.
And that is the significant difference from your individuals of old, like your Douglases, your Washingtons, your Du Bois. They had messages that, for better or worse, were stating that they need to be adaptable to the times and that things were going to change and that black people needed to begin to figure out ways to embrace that change while holding on to traditional values that can help them to grow in the country, but they were going to have to adopt to change as the decades rolled through. Yeah. That's a complete different message from the people in the 60s and on up to today.
Mm-hmm. So, what if you had to put it in a nutshell? What is the message from the people from the '60s up on to today? What is their message that
white supremacy? We shall overcome. The country will never be right until black people run it.
Whoa, hold on. Everything you said, I agree that that's the message. I haven't heard them say that the country will never be right until black people run it. I haven't heard that one.
Okay, so what does it mean when it's stated there isn't enough representation?
They're just saying more.
More what?
More blacks.
Okay, so now think about this mathematically.
Mm-hmm.
How can you have 13 or 12% of people in all categories of every facet of anything?
Well, that's the problem with the concept.
That's not even done in the gender divide when it comes to work.
Right. That's the problem with being a stickler for representation. You can never get it absolutely right. But if something, I think it's a such thing as acknowledging that something is severely underrepresented. However, there's when you break down all the nuts and bolts of it, it's normally reasons that kind of make sense when you notice that there's a discrepancy in certain areas. So I get somebody saying that there's something structurally wrong that these particular results are not being produced for this group of people. Let's try to figure out what's structurally wrong with this system. I understand that, but there's a lot of buts there. But go ahead.
And my argument is that those arguments are only used for places of perceived power.
Those arguments are only used for places of perceived power. Mm-hmm. Basically, so just something that a lot of people in this male space will relate to when we're talking about feminism. The feminists will say that women are underrepresented and it's always a high ranking CEO position
Correct.
or something. They're never saying they're underrepresented on construction sites.
I.e. when we run it.
Yeah, you only can be underrepresented on areas. So it's one thing to lobby for more power. I don't think the end goal or end game is a full mass takeover. Even though of course they should like that. Everybody should want more power. I get it, but I still don't see them saying it's only valid if we're in 100% power. But again, I think we know through history that is a tool of the weak or the minority to lobby for equality, and then once everything is equalized, and then you start lobbying and fighting for a next inch up, another inch up, another inch up, then a mile up, and now I'm running you, bitch. It's like, so that's the history of humans,
Okay.
kind of. So
Yeah.
so I get that. I get that. I get it from that perspective. That's part of. So I ask you the question: what's the overall message coming out of the '60s up into today? And I forgot your answer was what?
Yeah, white supremacy we shall overcome, and we need to run everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's true justice when black people run stuff.
And short of black people running everything, it's evil white supremacy.
Correct. Because they will never understand your struggle or your point of view.
Right. Yeah. I get what you're saying. I mean, I know. I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I agree with you saying that the whole white supremacy we should overcome and aspects of that. And that's one thing that I criticize on the show. Again, I think it's a mindset and a mentality that holds black people back, and not looking at this American capitalist open system as something that we need to try to, conquer and thrive in. And when I say conquer, I mean, do make normal good economic decisions in the building blocks of what produces the type of people that put themselves in those positions. And so all of that is like set aside for discussion about how we're being held back. And you're going back to the '60s, okay, legitimate argument of being held back then. They want to continue to keep the being held back aspect into it, and I think that goes back to what I said when I broke down the 4 things that was in the little documentary that I watched. I think was titled "What is Black Culture." It was a Black Girl Magic Parade, white supremacy and racism in the struggle, and what they doing to us in our activism to defeat it. Music and athleticism. That was it. But the thing at the forefront is the white supremacy thing.
And overall, that's why I said you start around the '60s era, because the messaging, the overarching messaging, had to be, you are being held back, and I think that's some of the reason why you, particularly around like the '80s, you couldn't have people like your Thomas Sowells, your Glenn Laurie's, and so forth, it be very active in those conversations, because they were looking at data that was showing that's probably not all of the issue. There's some other issues at play, and that has primarily to do with the ordering of black families. And that's why a lot of those people, your Walter Williams and so forth, never got a seat at any of those tables, because black people were like, no, you're going against the game plan. You gonna sit on this bench until you die. You ain't gonna never get in the game. So do you, but we can throw the bomb. No. Ride, right, sweep. So that's where that is.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Um, Shout out to Charles Merchant says all blackness is tied to beating by the slave master. You went from Kuta Kinte to Toby. If you declare yourself black, you are Toby. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Do appreciate you. Let's let's move to I guess the final coup de grace, where what has happened to black culture from the '60s up until now, that has led Mr. SKC to the conclusion that black culture is not worth what's the title here? Is black culture worth saving? You've come to the conclusion black culture not worth saving.
Now, before you go forward, why do you say that I believe that it's not worth saving? Because I don't think that I've given a conclusion yet.
Well, I mean, I kind of know you, and you. There's a quote by you. What was it? Let it burn. So I tend to believe if you want to let something burn, and I tend to believe that you don't think it's worth saving.
Now, here's the coup de grace of it all.
Mm-hmm.
I divide black culture in two groups: the modern and the traditional. The modern, I don't think is worth saving.
Mm-hmm.
The traditional, I think, for the people who have the setup, that it is worth them saving. Now, there are a lot of modes of thoughts, reasonings, and rationales on things that it would be hypocritical on my end to state to destroy those previous setups. How can I look at a Frederick Douglass who later part of his life models my own and say that needs to be destroyed? How could I look at a Captain Paul Cuffey whose life mimics my own and say that needs to be destroyed? That would be ridiculous.
Okay, so and I guess this guy gets into the point where sometimes the only time that I end up having sizable disagreement with you. There are times when I think black people are having a conversation about things that make sense, even if they didn't root it back to Frederick Douglass. It does seem at times that you would. This is why I assume that you wouldn't take the position that you're taking now, because this kind of goes back to the conversation with Lil Big Nate. It does seem at times when black people are talking about black people doing things that would make sense culturally. Sometimes it seems as if you even critical of that, almost on some like maybe this is just a troll part of you. Like, no, don't do that. That would make sense. Just let it burn. Just leave it alone. Just because I've seen you get critical on that. So I mean, do you understand what I'm saying right there, or am I overreaching?
Yeah, I think this. And I'm just throwing a thought out there. Take for instance, Douglas. He had this statement back in the day where he stated, "What business to you is the color of my wife?" That's a black man that came out of slavery, who sat with presidents.
Yeah.
His mindset was going in a whole different direction. And that mindset actually countered what a lot of black people were saying and thinking.
Agreed. That part, yeah, I definitely agree with that.
So that is where I was stating, if you were to extrapolate that out to if that course was followed into all the way up to today, do you think that if Frederick Douglass was alive today, that he would be on board with, I hope my offspring chooses black.
Well, he said a preference.
His mindset more likely would be like, I hope your offspring chooses a principled person.
Agreed, but again, I mean, I don't want to make it, seem petty going back into the conversation with little big Nate. But
it's not about Nate. It's not about Nate at all. Well, I was just because like I was saying when I was having that conversation, I was thinking of almost Nate as an avatar because I've heard that statement before.
Yeah, but
and it kind of counteracts with a much larger picture that was at play. That you had people in the past that had traveled the world, even post-slavery, and they knew that the world was a much larger place than America and all of its good things and bad things, and that black people would eventually need to understand that, you are going to have the world before you. This idea of black, that needs to be an adaptable. It wasn't going to just be slaves with slaves forever.
Of course, and I think free black people could talk about being together in a way that makes sense. But and that's where I felt like the troll aspect of it came in, because like if we know Nate, throwing it back to Nate, and like what he's saying right there, he says, wait, hold on,
it's not personal.
Hold on, wait. He said, conservative, properly raised black woman. He would prefer his son to be with as he says, a conservative, properly raised black woman. He would prefer his son to start a family with that type of woman. So I think there's a lot of barking up the wrong tree that happens when you take somebody like Nate who puts who puts character who puts character first, and say that, well, why does it just have to like I don't think nobody is arguing that long as it's black, it don't matter how the person shows up, it just has to be black, and contents of character be damned. It's like there are people who think like that, but I think there's a such thing as black people who embraces aspects of their blackness. They on a larger scale, they would like to see more black children raised in a proper household or proper family structure. So they would like to see properly thinking, competent, good character black people get together and make some black families and build some black communities and be an example of what black people would, could, and should be. Because no matter what, no matter how we slice it, people heavily melanated people are not going to stop reproducing. There will always be black people in America. So the whole concept of black ain't going nowhere. Right. And I do think that whether we like to admit it or not, you could talk about there's a lot of discussions about shedding the idea, the whole concept of black, and just be an American. I'm not black, I'm OJ, or whatever the hell. Whatever the hell.
Well, now you can say Idris.
Huh? What happened with Idris? Oh yeah, he did say that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But yeah, so there is a whole concept or aspect of that. But like I always point out to people that, okay, where even Clue, I like Clue. I met him at he always says, shed the concept of black. He's married to a white woman. Why are you always talking about black? Why black? I'm like, dude, I met you at the Black Manosphere meetup. Frequent all of these Black Manosphere channels. I think he's a part of SYSBM, Save Yourself Black Man. When I finally went to a fight club, which is like the the fourth, the low, just nigga shit galore over there now. I guess.
Oh wow.
They've taken the reins. I'm just playing. No, I liked it over there. It's good discussion, passionate debate mixed with some roasting, capping, toasting, and it was fun. It was fun. But when I went over to This Is Fight Club, Clue was over there on the Blackest channel on YouTube. I was like, hey,
in the thicket of it all, huh?
yeah, he in the thick of it. He down in the jungle deep. So I think it's something intrinsic may not be the right word, tribal in us, to where we do care about blackness. I think we all, in our own way, at least most of us in these conversations, see the problem culturally, and we actually want to change it, or just be a voice or beacon in the dark for people who, could, I don't know, probably look at things or think of things a little different. And if we're doing that, we are trying to change aspects of the culture. So I think that's what we all want to do. I think whether we admit it or not, I think that's pretty much at the core of it. So
no, I get that. I get that. And again, I'm not making this a personal thing. Like I hope Nate goes over to Hood Servitors channel and checks out the. I typically I don't like to pat myself on the back, but I think I gave a masterful defense of his point of view. So I'm not. It's not a personal thing. But I was, what I was saying was that had individuals thought of times before that, particularly right after Reconstruction, some of the ideals and boundaries about race and different stuff were already being torn down, and I think those in the 60s helped to rebuild those things up, particularly when they started to adopt that little red book.
But you want to know what's funny? I just thought about it, and we still Nate's asking for the link. He about to come up, so we're gonna have the link in the chat real soon. But you basically made an argument that shows that you agree with Nate on because the same part of the black culture that Nate wants to separate from, that's the same part of it that you want to let burn, but you don't want to let it all burn, because basically the aspects of black culture from the era that you talk about, that's sort of connected to the same era that Nate put as the shining example of what black people should be thriving to. That's why I was frustrated in the conversation, because I knew y'all was on the same page, but you be trolling.
No, I wasn't trolling. All I was saying is that the minor difference that we had on that was that the people that I've previously mentioned, it's the idea of, I would say black did not begin with just black people. It was an ideology that they were having so far as coming into the world as productive, civilized, respectable people who could interact with anyone throughout the globe, which a lot of times when Douglas traveled over to Europe, he was celebrated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The link is in the chat. If somebody wants to, for those of you who wants to get in this conversation, shout out to Pablo in the building with the $5 super chat. He says, how do you save infertile land for food production? You burn
the fields.
Yeah. And I think everybody agrees on what needs to burn. I think
And
everybody agrees on that.
and I think Dolomite puts it perfectly. That's why I stayed that it that it really has to burn, because it's like the actual stuff that I'm like, that is part of my family, that is part of other families that I see, that some of them are not even black. That's the stuff that black people want to destroy.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna ask you to say that again. J Speed, I would like to hear your. Okay, I'm taking a risk. Well, no. I like J Speed, and normally when he go a while without being on my show, he normally behave himself. But no, I do want to hear his thoughts on the aspect of black culture from the '60s, how nothing in the message has changed coming from the so-called supposed thought leaders and what's pushed out there and whatnot. I do want to hear Jay Speed on that. But so yeah, the link is in the chat there. We got Nate in the building. Going to go to Nate in a second. It was one more thing I wanted to say. That it'll have to come back to me. But I just think my conclusion here is that black culture worth saving. I think what it is that there's a lot of things in black culture that's wrong, that we do wrong, that we get wrong, and there's a lot of people who spray a lot of perfume and cologne over the shit, over the funk, over the stench, and they don't want to fully face that these certain actions and behaviors are what's causing the problem. I always say the call is coming from inside the house. It's not outside forces to the degree, nowhere near to the degree that it used to be. Most of the calls are coming from inside the house and could be fixed in house. And I stand on that. And so all of those things. Go ahead.
That part right there, you said it can be fixed in house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that part of that I disagree with.
Oh, okay. Now we got something. Okay, so what do
I don't
what do you?
I don't think that the people today can fix the problems internally.
You don't think a culture can change over? Okay, maybe you don't know what I mean by in-house. What I mean by in-house, I just mean black people can solve their own problems.
Yeah, I think that the modern black culture is far beyond that. I think it is metastasized to a point to where you have to have outside interference in order to redirect it in the proper path.
Okay, outside interference, like how?
Um, okay, I'll just use this as an analogy. I know I've been heavily leaning on Douglas, but let me do it once again.
Okay.
Douglas's house that's used as a memorial today, that people can go and visit and learn all sorts of things about his life and his family and his writings and his motive, everything. That was saved by his second wife.
Okay.
His family wanted to sell it.
Okay.
His second wife went broke saving it so that it's preserved today. Okay, that's and that's what I'm saying. Here you had a person who was saying, okay, I know you guys are black and all of that stuff, and I get it, your relatives and so forth. I know that I'm a white person, but I don't think that you guys are understanding the significance of what your father has accomplished and done. This guy has sat down with presidents. He has traveled the world, the globe, and so forth. There have been people in the past who have had relics built to them based upon the activities of what your father has done. They recognize that the family did not. They were willing to sell that for pennies based upon what it's worth today. And that, as an analogy, is what I'm saying is so far as like some of the things that black people don't understand, which are valuable, they sell off because they don't know its true worth.
So you saying you don't think that people could be educated? Like, for example, well, let me explain it like this. When when I mentioned the simple fact that, okay, you know, people talk a big game about generational wealth and all that. I'm like, the people who talk the most about not having generational wealth has the least amount of life insurance policies on their elder relatives. it's like it's like, you know, you do realize that, you know, when white people grandparents or parents die, they get like a $300,000 check in the mail. Like, you do understand that, right? If this older person have lived and paid off a house that's worth $300,000, okay, they just inherit $600,000 from there. When people work their whole life and then retire and, you know, get their retirement, that's another, you know, it's like all that add up to somebody somebody die and their family, a regular working person die and a family get $1 million. I mean, I mean, combination of, you know, cash and or just wealth, so inheritance, regular working people. It's like, so I do think a group of people, or at least a percentage within the group, could hear that, take heed, and be like, "Oh shit, we fucking up. We got to get on this and do things that make sense, and stop
But there,
complaining and blaming racism for it, and look at and work these systems into our advantage and come up in the system." I think those things can be communicated to common folks. I think it
but
can.
but but it goes way further than just because I know people focus in on that money, 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 money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get that,
Mm-hmm.
but there's things that go far beyond that. I remember going to that house to go visit, and one of the things that I found significant. Me and my brother, we would talk about this. You go in Frederick Douglass's room, you walk in and everything, you see the bed and blah blah blah, but you also see his chair. And you know, like people would say, "Oh, you know, that's Papa's chair." You know, the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing that was popping into my mind. And you know what's on the right hand side of it? And this is like you got to think this is like the 1800s. It's a pair of barbells. I would have never imagined that this dude back in the day, and he has in his notes and different things, that dude was working out 3-4 times a week.
Frederick
We
was
never
lifting.
even, yeah, even during his in his 80s. Do you see how just points like that pop out into the mind? Like, holy crap, health and stuff like that was being was supposed to be passed down as like that's a heritage of different things that you do in order to. And it sounds insignificant, but who in the chat knew that?
No, I don't think nobody.
But that would have been thrown completely away by we just want to sell Papa's house because we need money right now. Heck, that he has sat with presidents and traveled the world as a ex-slave, but yeah, we need our money.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. That's one thing I said. A lot of black folks, they yeah, when they do inherit something, they divvy it up and they'll rather split that $300,000 6 ways, and then all of it be gone in less than a year. so so yeah, other than just, you know, but anyway, all right, we are joined by, and Nate, come back because you got referenced and talked about a lot. I'm sorry I didn't throw it right to you when you came up. I didn't know you had time constraints. But definitely come back, Nate. But we are joined by I think that's IBM Maverick in the building. Go ahead, you have the floor, you have the mic.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of stuff that both of you guys were saying. To my man's point, what he was talking about us selling off stuff, that's the exact thing that the more recent example of that was Dr. King's family selling off his family Bible. The Martin Luther King, I forget if he's the third or the fourth, but the son wanted to sell it and the daughters wanted to keep it in the family, and ultimately I think it was sold. But to whether or not we can save the community, I mean, we have to, the first thing before you can solve a problem, you got to admit that you have one. And we got too many people in the community who don't understand, who don't recognize and don't want to reckon with the reality of the situation that we find ourselves in. And while on both sides, and that my stance on it is a pox on both their houses, because the idea that we aren't competing with other groups is a fallacy in and of itself. And so that we do have to continue to work against outside forces, seeking to destroy what we do, can, and will establish. Rosewood, this idea that we haven't ever done it is weird, because we have. Rosewood, Florida was a thriving Black town and community that got destroyed. It didn't get destroyed by internal forces. It got destroyed by external forces. Black Wall Street was a thriving Black community. It was called Black Wall Street because it rivaled Wall Street. It didn't get destroyed by internal forces. It got destroyed by external forces. So we do need. What has happened is, with these repeated, just losses of our community, it sits on our collective consciousness. It sits on us like, why Medgar Evers, Dr. King, all of the great civil rights leaders, they got knocked down. Why would another brother want to put himself up there? We got to admit because a lot of people are asking the question, why don't men just stand up? Why don't somebody just stand up and take that place? Everybody that took that place got knocked down. Every one of those nails that stood out got hammered down. So we got to admit that, those external forces out there, that even if we did embrace all of these conservative ideas, because we were arguably more conservative in those times. Even if we do embrace those, even if we do get that, hey, we got to look over our shoulders, because external forces will try to destroy whatever we got trying to going on the inside. That being said,
you're saying today external forces are going to destroy whatever Black people.
I'm saying the opposing team is always on the field. I'm saying there will always be opposition to our growth in a world that's zero sum, where the opposition sees our elevation as their receding. They're gonna look to see us recede. Now, that being said, I also strongly believe that, yes, we need to do everything in our power, or we should, as individuals and collectively, to build ourselves up. One of my favorite quotes from Dr. King was when he said, "I believe that it is every man's responsibility to do everything."
Wait. Let me back you up. So when you're saying that we need to, okay, when you said the opposing team is going to do whatever they can to win, are you talking about an open market game of capitalism? Like if I open up a restaurant across the street, if I open up a restaurant and somebody opens up another burger shop down the street, then yes, we're competing for customers. Are you talking about that, or are you saying that a governmental force with practically unlimited power is going to stop Black people from achieving certain things, like in terms of business? And
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe in
no, I
boogeyman.
wasn't talking. Okay, all right, okay.
I don't believe in boogeyman.
A lot of people don't even necessarily think that's conspiracy. They just call that white supremacy and racism, and they think it's in every aspect of the country, even all the way up to the highest government. And then yes, white supremacy and racism would do something to prevent Black people from advancing. Is that essentially your argument?
The opposing team will always be on the field. That's just my. We got ops, and to frame it as if we don't would be unwise at the very best. But like, we got ops. I'm on it, pointing at a particular thing. I can give stats, data, and statistics on those types of things, but like. And even as I said, the point that I was leading into was that I also still believe in conjunction with that it is our individual responsibility to do what is within our power to advance and excel ourselves. Dr. King said that in a famous speech where he talked about it being cruel jest for someone to ask us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. The first thing he said in that was, I believe that it is within our power that every man should do what he can do. And I do, looking around, we see like there's so much that we could be doing that's not being done. That's an absolute fact. Like that's not even, there's so much more we could be doing. I won't make it out that just doing those things will flip a switch and everything is gonna be coming up roses after that. But I definitely do think that it's more that we could be doing, it's more that we should be doing, and yeah, that's my take on it.
All right. Before I throw it around the panel, SKC, do you got any response to what the gentleman just said here?
Yeah. Just a question. Was Dr. King sleeping with the ops?
I don't know. I think he froze, or I don't know if that question. Yeah, I think he's frozen. All right, I'm gonna go to. Yeah, that's. I don't know. I don't know if that you like hot wired or malfunctioned out from that question, but yeah, his screen is frozen. So go ahead, Hood Servative. You got the floor. Hood Servative, mic check. Unmute yourself. Hood Servative, going once, going twice. All right, there you go. And he looked like he wrestling his mic. Sound like he wrestling his mic. Okay. All right, Trey, you got the mic. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Bernard? SKC the panel. I think the main gist of me and SKC's discussion over on Hood, besides the historical part of it, when you look at what Booker T said in 1896 about race hustling and grifting, we see that it's been an industry for a very long time, over 100 years. And my argument was that the culture, what we know as black, has always been about grifting, victimhood, and racial idolatry. And all the arguments that the young man was just presenting was that, okay, you bring out these ops, you bring out these enemies, but I listened to an entire space, weekly, where it's clear as day to me the ops is the American black woman. Just me, just my observation. So I mean that was just my base of my just of my argument with SKC.
Okay. All right. Okay. I guess my my question in response, and this is where I bump heads and get annoyed with you. It's like the guy that was just speaking, you can clearly see and hear that he's on some shit that none of us are on, that people like Nate clearly isn't on. But you be pretending like you believe that people are on the same shit that he's on, just so you could talk shit and troll, and that's where it gets annoying, and we're not even having a real conversation.
No. My apologies to Nate that day. I wasn't trolling Nate that day. It was a misunderstanding, and my apologies if he took it that way.
Hey,
see, Trey, go ahead.
I'll just say this. There's a bigger issue that comes into play, and this is where I would say that I'm definitely lean way more Nate, is if we begin to try to gloss over history. That's that part right there. I think that is that does more damage to people than any good. But
if you remember, if you remember SKC, I didn't say don't gloss over history. I said, what if we teach both sides to young kids? What if we teach about Dubla Clay, Sherrod Bryant, Dilsey Pope, Anthony Johnson? The list goes on by the thousands. If we teach that side about those, great entrepreneurs, versus what's going on now is where you have, young black kids, even these, crazy white liberal kids. The first thing they're taught about black is slavery, victimhood, losing, failure mentality versus, okay, let's look at the success. You said yourself, Thomas Sowell, man, he don't get on the court. He's like number 9 on the rotation. Thomas ain't never seen the court when it comes to mainstream black culture.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But I think this is the problem that happens, and I remember having this conversation with you and Hood Conservative. The pendulum swing. When you think of politics in general, the pendulum swing went too far on the left, where you had people that were trying to teach things like intersectionality and all of the bad stuff that happened to black people in the past, as if that is the total story. And then they took, they went further than that. You'll have people that are in academia that try to intersect certain sexual values with people in slavery and all this other stuff. And it's like, okay, now you're adding too much. You're going way too far. People weren't even writing about stuff like that back then. So on the opposite end, on the right side of things, you have some people who will begin to toy with history as well and begin to take broad strokes with certain things, and then voila, Abraham Lincoln is black. It's like, come on, there has to be a balance.
Yeah.
Well, that's no. I mean, I don't be clowning on that. That is just stuff. It's out there. It's stuff. That's why I said both sides, and that's something that has to be. Oh, I think that's Hood coming in.
Yeah, that's Hood. Hood getting jumped.
I think he on the road.
No, somebody jumping him. He got to mute you up. Ain't nothing we can do to help you. So we just gonna mute you. We just gonna push mute and hope that you win. All right.
Yeah, like I was just gonna say, last response to SKC, the Abraham Lincoln thing. That's one of those things. Toss out. There's just too much evidence of the other side. Okay, toss it out. But a Sherrod Bryant, there is no tossing Sherrod Bryant out. There is no broad, overreaching impact. His family has a reunion every day at his memorial, where white people go hiking every day in Nashville, Tennessee. He can't be thrown out. However, he is overlooked. Show me a textbook. Show me any young black kid in Tennessee that can tell you who Sherrod Bryant is, one of the greatest Tennesseans that ever lived.
Well, what I'm saying is this overall. Before we go further, and I know you got other people on the panel that want to speak. My final thing to that is this: it's kind of like, you ever been in? And I've heard this from my brother, so it's not a home thing, but you ever heard of those conversations where you'll have, I would say, either husband, wife, or two people that are in a relationship, man, woman, and you bring up something that was a lie,
mm-hmm.
and then the other party will not acknowledge, yeah, that was a complete lie. I was off there, so forth. But they want to change the subject to something else to try to make it seem like it was like nothing was wrong, like nothing happened. And that's what I'm saying. When it goes to certain subsets of people within history, and I'm not talking about Trey, I'm talking about just people on the internet and that have these conversations. When you can point out that there was something that they put out into the ether that was a complete lie, then at what point do they say, oh crap, okay, I need to go ahead and fix that? But however, I am still the authority on this subject and such. It's like, dude, no, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you probably need to go ahead and rewrite and rethink. Yeah. And that's the issue that I have with those people.
All right. Damn it. Why is that not? Okay, I can't bring myself back. Okay, yes. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, there it go. I couldn't bring myself back right here. All right. Here's the deal. Let me get to the super chats. Great Britain in the building says, I got a feeling this is going to be a classic show.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
We got let me try to get to these super chats fast, RM. So hold on the video drops. I'm trying to get to them fast so I can get. I want to throw it to Little Big Nate, who came who came up a lot during the discussion of it. But Nick Taylor in the building, he says, in my opinion, SKC and Nate aren't on the same page, but they're in the same book he says, as am I. We share a few chapters of the book. I think that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I think there's more common ground than what they would think. I think SKC and Nate, I think SKC proved that him and Nate are pretty much, on the same page with, subtle differences. But Jordan Turner in the building says, what is good about Black culture that is not already synonymous with American culture? We kind of got into that. Niggas trying to reinvent the wheel out of spite, blinded by hate. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. We may have to double back and explore that, but I do want to pass it to Nate. I'm gonna make sure I keep that one in hand. We'll come back to what you just said right there. But go ahead, Nate. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, gentlemen, what's up? My apologies, Bernard. I had to take a call. Real quick, I want to just give a summation on this whole thing that was the controversy from a week or so ago. Just real quick. Nate's preference. Okay, in 2001, a man that I've followed for a couple of decades now, Patrick J. Buchanan, wrote a book called Death of the West. In the book, he decries the negative birth rate of white people in America and throughout Europe. I believe you need a 2.1 children production per couple in order to replace a group of people racially. And I believe in 2017 or 2018, in 17 states, more white people died than were born. 2 years later, in 26 states, more white people died than were born. So in this book, he decries the death of the West. With the death of white people will be the death of ideals like capitalism, having a republic where the people and their elected representatives are in complete control over the decisions for government versus a monarchy. The idea of just democracy in general. The West and the white people in the West were the people who fought the people largely in the East, communism, Marxism, and fought world wars to prevent the spread of these demonic ideologies. Communism, Marxism, responsible for like 200 million dead people in about 140, 150 years. So I don't have a problem with Patrick Buchanan wanting white babies to be born. Next example, there's a gentleman I used to work with when I worked for Geico. I left in 2011. His name was Mr. Kafur. He was an auto damage appraiser. We handled the upstate. There were 5 of us. And we went to the annual review in Virginia for Geico, and we're sitting at a table at a restaurant eating. And he tells me, Mr. Kafur, he's an Indian gentleman. He's married to a white woman. And, I find that fascinating. So I'm asking questions and stuff. And Bernard, I asked you a bunch of questions at the Manosphere meetup because I'm just inquisitive, So I'm asking Mr. Kafur, hey, tell me about it. Like, your parents, were they upset? Oh, yeah, my parents were, they had picked out a woman for me. Indian culture, the parents have a tremendous amount of influence who their sons and daughters marry, and they marry other Indian people so they can perpetuate their group of people, very highly educated, highly productive people. He said, Nate, I have 2 addictions in this world. I said, well, what are they? He said, BMWs and white women. Those were his 2 addictions in life. We cracked up. Great guy. He moved a couple of years later. So, if you don't have a problem with Patrick Buchanan, if you don't have a problem with Mr. and Mrs. Kafur trying to pick a bride for their son, there shouldn't be a problem with Nate having a simple preference that he never imposed on his child. It's just my preference. That's the beauty of conservatism. You live and let live. Since my coming to the space, I said, brothers, do what's best for you. Be with whatever woman, just carry the standards that you hold for Black women into these other groups of women too. That's the only thing I would admonish you to do. Now, there are dudes that don't believe that. There are dudes that believe A certain person's skin makes them of value. I disagree. Okay. So that's basically what all that is about. It's just a simple preference I would have to perpetuate not the black race in America, because much of the black race is kind of done for in this country. Just this specific group of black people who are invested in the country, who are productive, who see it, the benefit, who want to achieve here, not mire themselves in victim culture and grievance culture. Okay. Now, as far as black culture and what parts of it need to be saved, there's a couple of aspects of modern day black culture that should be saved. Much of it is trash. It's been under the influence of white liberals and Democrat Party ideology for 70 solid years now. You don't think there's a correlation between us going from an 80% marriage rate to a 29% marriage rate in just 60 years? You don't think there's a correlation between black women being the least desirable women on earth, black American women, not because they're black, not
Yeah, I
because
don't think nobody's disputing that point on this. Definitely on this panel, and mostly I don't even think too much. I don't even think any of my audience is disputing that point.
Well, what point is that, Bernard? I'm sorry.
The that there's a connection between aligning ourselves with the
left, yes,
with the left and their policies and everything,
they have destroyed
and you know,
black women.
yeah. No, I think that's. I don't think nobody's disputing that.
Well, I have a question.
Sure, go right ahead, sir.
So I just want to repeat some of your points, right? So your points were, well, the first point about the Patrick Buchanan and the death of the West, or suicide of a superpower, is another one. Okay. Is that you're telling me that white people created, capitalism and all these different things, and they fought against the other ideologies. Well, the other ideologies were maybe not communism, because we can go down that's a rabbit hole we can go down. But if we're looking at like fascism and things like that, those were also white people as well. So if the all main ideologies of any significance in the 1900s, in the 1800s, I can say the 17. I can do it for like a while, right? We're all white. Okay. And so now if you're going to give communism, because most people would give communism to the other community, and it's the community that we can't say, right? With Karl Marx and his background, then that's fine. But once again, when we look at the people who were perpetuating that ideology and who made it political, when we look at a Joseph Stalin, when we look at Nikita Khrushchev, when we look at those people were also white. So also another thing, in terms of your the argument that you make, that it was aligning with the left, right? Mm-hmm. That let's say something as an institution of marriage. Can you tell me about if they destroyed the institution of marriage? I personally think it may be a black thing, because do you have information on the marriage system of Western Africa pre-colonialism? Do you have the marriage, the marriage that the framework that we've operated in is a consequence of white people?
It's an American culture principle that marriage, one man, one woman. Look, we've been here for like 450 something years.
Correct.
This is where we are. I'm not going back to tribes in Africa to try and figure out what we should be doing as far as our relationships. We're in America, so that's what I'm operating on the basis of. American culture, and what's worked, and it worked for several decades. It worked incredibly well until the mid 1900s, when we completely gave ourselves over to the Democrat Party and liberalism and leftist ideology.
So should black people have
in 1964, 94% of black people voted Democrat. That's the first time they've received that level. And it's been very similar ever since. And I believe that has a direct correlation to the pathologies and problems we see in Black America today.
Are you saying?
Go ahead.
Someone could make the argument that that's progress. That's
It's
people choosing
progress?
for themselves, right? Like, where do we place the blame for that?
Oh, easy.
These people made their choice to align with what they wanted to align with. Now, when they didn't have a choice, now when they didn't have a right to vote, they were being told what to do. But as they got more rights, as they became more publicly recognized, and quote unquote equal, if you believe in that, they chose to align with these things.
Whoa, black people are not victims.
Hold on,
I'll
real
respond
quick.
after Bernard.
Real quick, hold on, patriarchy. You got to see a problem with, even if something was being offered that they thought was good, and they exercised their freedom, their life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, freedom of choice, whatever the fuck, and that's where they voted. Okay,
Yeah.
There is something just blatantly, obviously wrong with staying there, even if this thing is showing not to work, is nothing is being offered, but you're just staying there out of habit. And he even predicted, I'll have these niggas voting for me for the next 100 years or whatever he said, and the niggas are still doing it. So yeah, there is something wrong with that.
Maybe that's because niggas are niggas.
Well, if I could respond.
That's what I'm saying. And so for me, it's like, it really, you can say, I don't believe these people were deceived.
No,
I think they're
whoa.
stupid. I think
No.
let me make
said
it. Let me finish
Sure,
real quick.
go ahead.
I think the people above us, older black people, right? Especially Generation X, I think they're stupid people. I don't think that they're
Thank
a good,
you.
I don't think that they're a good, I don't think that they're a good generation of people. And I don't think that I don't think they were deceived. I don't think that they were,
never said that.
Well,
when
hold
did
on a
the
second.
word deceived ever come out of my?
We literally say on this show. We literally say on this show a lot of times, me and Hood Servative have done shows on that. The only way that somebody can make a deal with the devil is when the devil offers you something that you want. It's not the deception. It's like, no, they wanted the shit and they took it. They got it.
Exactly.
So
yeah, nobody
There was a
preaches.
point made previously that I may have to rewind it, but Bernard, it kind of sounded like you were saying that they didn't know what they were getting into, or
well, they didn't have the foresight to see all the unintended consequences after everything, but they did get some candy in hand that they wanted, so yeah.
They got a black woman dancing with JFK, which was plastered all over the goddamn newspapers. They got black men, these leftist elite civil rights folks having sexual access to white women. That's what they got. They got a bunch of black people and white people dancing together on the cover of fucking magazines in the 60s.
Okay,
that's garbage. That's bullshit. I don't need that.
I get it.
Real quick, Patriarch. I just want to address what you said, sir.
Go ahead.
I never said they were victims. I have repeatedly said in this space, we have elected to do this shit.
Okay.
And the way we're electing to do it primarily is by following black women politically. How many times have I said on your show, Bernard, black men are following black women into political hell?
I didn't say that you said that.
You said that.
Well, no, okay. I was referencing like Bernard's.
Oh,
point,
I thought you said
I wasn't talking.
Said that they.
Yeah. No, I wasn't talking about what you said.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
I'm just stating the fact that all ideology, like black people, is as bad as communism was. It was still a powerful idea. It was still a powerful political movement. And I'm telling you that black people did not have a powerful political movement like communism.
Well,
so when you brought the idea of white people and white Western culture, even the things that are adversarial to white Western culture, fascism will be one of them, right? It wasn't these weren't black ideas. So I'm just I get what you're saying, but I personally think to wrap it all up, I think that there is something inherent in people. I think that cultures of people are different.
Sure.
And I think that races at times can be different. And I think that there's just something in certain groups of people who want to be mad at another group of people, but then want that other group of people to do everything for them. and everything they vote on is based upon bitterness and anger. And if you can be, as you would say, deceived, and I don't disagree with people being, I don't disagree about massive amounts of black people being deceived, but I do think stupid people are able to be deceived easier.
Well,
And
the
so
problem,
with that,
oh,
man.
the problem largely with black culture today, and I've said this before, is that black people have come to use blackness as a weapon. It's a weapon. We bash white people in the head with that weapon. We bash Asians in the head with that weapon. And not that black people are just the perpetrators of racial bigotry or whatever, but come on, dog. We burned down the huge sections of our country, over $10 billion in damage, over a career criminal nigga who held a woman and her child at gunpoint in their house back in 2007, who was a lifelong drug addict, and at the time of his death had two children, who were interviewed, a 24-year-old black man, 26-year-old black female. Neither of them had seen their father in almost 20 years. That is not the kind of man you want to burn down a country for. And it's not even conclusive that the cops killed him. What the hell is wrong with black people? You get behind a group of Wiccan Satanist lesbians who hate marriage, who hate straight black men. It's on their website. And 70-80% of black people at the height of the summer of murder and love were in line with these freaks. This is what black people get for being Democrats.
I can argue. I don't
right.
think that I don't think, let me just say this one thing. I don't think that's a consequence of people being Democrats. I think that there's some people who in their culture, it's just a cultural thing to burn things, because you can tell me about people tearing down a city or causing $10 billion of damage over him, and we know what's bad, but when you have a city like DC where majority of the people are black and you elect a criminal and a drug addict, it's something about you. It's not something about the Democrats. It's not something about the political parties. It's something wrong with those people. It's the people that are the problem, and not all of these other things, because we can go to Maine. I can go to Vermont. I can go to certain areas of rural Colorado, and these places all vote Democrat. But why is it that Maine or Vermont, places that vote Democrat and overwhelmingly Democrat, don't look like Detroit or Memphis? Why is that? It's because of the people.
I know. Well,
yeah, I'm with patriarchy. Could I jump in here?
Go ahead.
So, to the brother that was up earlier with the sunglasses, he made a statement about, quote, the ops or the opposition. And I'd like to use a sports analogy. The Golden State Warriors are one of the smallest teams in the NBA, height-wise, at each position. Do the Golden State Warriors focus on the ops? The answer is no. They focused on what they do best and being excellent at what they do best. So much so, much larger teams try to mimic them and can't do it. So to that I say, Black America has a culture of focusing on obstacles rather than focusing on achievement. And this is why they fail. They're always looking at who's opposing them rather as to what I can do to overcome my opposition.
And where do they get that ideology from? The Democrat Party.
Well, so I'm with patriarchy on this, in that it is baked in the cake of their cultural identity to do so.
Well, I think this is where I'm starting to notice where some people do lose Nate. They think that Nate, and Nate, you can clear this up. And I gotta go to Friedman, but I think a lot of people are hearing you say it's not black people's fault. They're victims, and they're victims of the Democratic Party, and I think somebody in my comment section basically accused you of basically trumpeting the same victim narrative. You just putting a different person at the head of it when you say the Democratic Party. But I think I'll let you go ahead. I'll let you go ahead and explain that one.
Black people have given their allegiance to the left solidly for 60, almost 70 years. Okay. How do you separate Black people's current issues, their pathologies and problems, from the political party that dominates their ideology? Liberalism, Hollywood, the Democrat Party, progressivism, woke culture are all related to the left. Black is the new gay comes out of the left. Putting little Black boys in dresses, Dwayne Wade and what he's doing with his son, all comes out of the left. I am sorry. There is not a man in this space that's going to be able to defeat me on this.
So why
Black people did not do any of this depravity and insanity until they gave their lives.
Nate, answer this question. Answer this question, though, Nate.
Gave up all of their land, gave up all of their businesses, gave up everything to follow civil rights, Democrat, and leftist culture. That's what they did.
So why doesn't it, if it's the left, then why doesn't it exist everywhere the left
Easy.
is?
I can explain that.
Why doesn't it exist? Hold on a second. If the commonality is it's the left and the Democrats, why doesn't places like that are white, right, like Vermont, Maine, all these other places that are mostly white that are Democrat, why don't they look like Memphis? And then another question I have to you, why is it that every place that is Black, not only in the United States, but outside of the United States, filled with some of the same things, filled with crime, filled with violence, filled with constant destruction? It's not, I get what you're trying to say, but I think there's something more here that transcends politics. I think that
you think there's a hereditary genetic defect in Black people? Is that what
No, it's culture. Culture, politics is downstream of culture.
I'm the one that came to this space and said the culture was the problem 4 years ago.
Did you hear what I said, Little Big Nate? That politics is downstream of culture.
The culture is dictated by the politics, sir.
No,
and that's where we disagree. Now, I have to answer. Let me answer patriarchy real quick on why these other places. First of all, those other places are deteriorating. We have a 30% single mother rate in white America now. It's about to be a complete fucking disaster once they get to 50, 60%. It's 30% single motherhood rate in white America. It's raised exponentially in the past 30 years, largely due to liberal ideology and policies. The entire drug problem, methamphetamines among white people. Conservatives don't use methamphetamines. Liberals do. They slip into this.
That?
Yes, I do.
Just go ahead, Nate. Just go ahead, Nate.
Yes, I do know that. First of all,
right, go ahead. Go ahead. You don't got to substantiate that one. Just I want to get to your main point.
Talk to psychiatrists. I've seen a couple of studies on this. Most people in therapy are liberals. Conservatives rarely need therapy because of their ideology. It's not being a Republican that prevents you from needing therapy. It's having conservative traditional values, belief in God, belief in it's something greater than you. Okay. The Democrat Party, you're talking about how things are so great. Dude, have you ever watched that show? What is it? On A&E, where they have to confront the person that's on drugs? White people all over the country are on drugs. This methamphetamine epidemic is huge. It is destroying white families all over the country. I personally know white people in the body shop industry who were addicted to methamphetamines, alcohol, all sorts of.
You know that none of them.
If I could jump in really quickly, that was something significant. I think that was stated that, in my opinion, requires a bit of slowing down. Friedman brought up a point about the ordering of politics and culture. Now, let's just take the approach of, and I'm gonna go in Bernard's bag. Let's just go into the Carl Sagan line, right? So even if you were to start from that that paradigm, what has to come first? A culture of what people are doing and how they're interacting with each other, or a political regime? We obviously know that the very first thing has to be a culture. So obviously, culture is upstream to politics. One always comes before the other.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you agreeing
And-
with, me or
Well, and here's the thing. To backstop what SKC is saying, right? What happened in the 60s and 70s is there was a politics that matched Black culture. There are two different poles within Black culture, right? The Black redneck and the educated Northern Black, right? So what happened was once the politics existed, right, that gave voice to the Black rednecks flocked to it instantly. That's what happened. As soon as they had the ability, as soon as that subculture within Black people had the ability, they went right to it like a moth to a flame. And the people that were not of that culture stayed away. They saw the differences. Like I explained in one of my other videos, there was a definite cultural difference that I was taught when I was a kid, right? As there's one way you act, and that's you're an upstanding citizen, and that other behavior, that's them over there. So, yeah, it's to me, it's obvious that it is culture and then politics. Because if the Democrat Party disappeared and you could Thanos snap that away, what would happen? Right?
It'd still be the same cultural thing going on. But hold on, patriarchy. I do want to go to the gentleman to the lower left of the panel. But I think again, I mean, I'm not always trying to bend over backwards to make people agree, but I think a lot of times when we're talking about, politics, I think we are de facto talking about culture. Like somebody was use it as a pejorative to say that they just a bunch of culture warriors over there. A lot of people that are talking about politics are essentially being culture warriors. That's so the two are connected. And I guess I'm not hearing Nate exactly blame, just 100% blame. It's like it's policies 100% that did it. I think Black people culturally accepted some things and move in a certain way. I don't go full gangster like patriarchy, where I don't know to what degree he thinks that is just genetically hardwired into us. I think there are certain things that with different groups with that are more prevalent, and I think that it is some of it is genetically hardwired. Some of it is, but then there's the cultural element to it, and I do think good strong culture can trump over whatever people are just naturally more prone to do. Some people are more prone to do certain things. I think good strong culture from the root can fix that, and typically the politics does follow the culture, as everybody was saying. I've been saying that for a while on my channels. The cultural movements happen and then the politics adjust to it. The country just didn't kick down the door and say, hey, we passed the civil rights legislation. No, it was a grassroots fight on the ground from the culture that wanted civil rights legislation to get passed, and then the politics followed. But all right, so I'm gonna go to you're gonna have to tell. Okay, wait, I gotta click on that. Obstacles to opportunities.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Opportunities. Welcome aboard. You have the floor. You have the mic. Thanks for your patience.
Hey, thanks. Greatly appreciate it. Definitely, I believe the culture does need to go away with. I think Dr. Amos Wilson was saying, when we look at things like culture, we look at politics, they do go hand in hand. And I think you made a good example when you just ended it, kind of the last thing you said about, how culture and how politics and politicians actually study cultures before they actually make campaigns, and they look for what certain demographics will actually listen to. This is why you see some politicians grabbing certain celebrities from culture in order to utilize them to kind of springboard whatever their agenda or policy is. But I would say that I think that something grander, and I kind of like when the brother pointed to, look at Black people all over the world. Like, now we don't even got to talk about red or blue in America, but they tend to be behind the eight ball in all nations across the board. And I lived in Africa, was deployed, I worked at U.S. embassies, I was a diplomat for a long time. And so there's just trending problems and issues that Black nations, or even where Black people find themselves, and they find themselves in a predicament. And, kind of like the brother said earlier, obstacles, opportunity, when he said we only see obstacles, I think that's basically about our energy and our agency that we bring to the table. That's why I call my channel Obstacles to Opportunity, because most time, even when I teach Black people financial literacy, me as a multimillionaire in industrial real estate, I teach brothers all the time. And one of the biggest things that I have to deal with is their idea of racism, their ideas of them being held back by, some they or these other people or other groups. And I spend majority of my time not actually breaking down the numbers, underwriting properties, and the things that we really need to do, but I have to spend more time like demolishing this idea, this boogeyman, this monster that behind every underwriting deal, that's like, what's the skin of their color? They're Black.
Hey, if I could,
no real estate for them. So that's
if I could interrupt you real quick, like
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
had a IT guy on yesterday. Shout out to Sub-Zero. I had him on, and he teaches an IT training course. Most of his students are Black. Most of them are Black men. He says they have to spend like the first 2-3 days, maybe the first week. Well, I'll just say either the first 2-3 days at least, talking about mindset and making sure and basically just encouraging, letting them know that that they can do it and there's no obstacles in front of you. And it's like it's basically just giving them the first 2 days of the class is just a one big pep talk. And I'm
There we
like,
go. Yeah.
you only gotta, I'm like, I had to ask him, I was like, do you pretty much, is that just a Black thing? Because I think when white people set up an IT course, they come in for IT on the first day, they're learning IT. With Black folks, we gotta teach them. We gotta.
That's what it's a leftist defeatist thing. That's where it comes from.
Wait, let me just add this. I would
like
like to add that.
That's why I'm with Nate when he calls out the left. I think they do plant in they inception us with that victim mentality that's holding a lot of Black people back. But I'm gonna go back to obstacles and opportunities. Go ahead.
And I would agree with him on that. I would agree with him, but I don't think we should die on the hill with that. I think that also when I find myself in Kenya teaching at the Nairobi University, I had to deal with the same problem. I'm in Kenya. You understand? I'm in Nairobi, Kenya, and I have to listen to the same arguments. They're the same thing. I've been in Brazil, Salvador, up in the Northern Territory where Brazilians in the favelas teaching. I had to deal with the same thing. I had to deal with the same type of mindset from Black people, no matter what continent or what country I found myself in. It was always the same regurgitated talking points, whether it was, European settlers in North America, whether it was the goddamn settlers that were in South America, whether it was colonialists back in Africa. It's the same type of mindset. And of course, since the colonials been gone for a while in Africa, now it's just themselves, right? Like they would just argue these points like, oh, the corruption. I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't do this. And so I think, like I said, it's just the mindset, the defeatist mindset that we have majority of the time. And there's always these boogeymen. There's always these issues. And I'll just end it real quick. Let me just say this. While I might not say there is no boogeyman or anything like that, what I'm saying is your ancestors, whether they were enslaved Africans or whether they were, sitting underneath the colonialists, they were braver than you. You know why?
Oh, wow.
Because they were on plantations and they fought their way out the plantations. They were colonized and they fought their way. Well, let's just say they did, all right?
If I could address something Patriarchy said
Go
about
ahead.
how this might, I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Go ahead. Let's go.
A lot. You know how Patriarchy said, well, I don't want to again put words in my mouth, but there might be some issue with us people. I want to remind Patriarchy that
I'm not saying us.
You said these people. I'm sorry. You said these people.
Of course.
I want to remind you that there was a 100-year war in Europe. 100-year war in the late Middle Ages. 100 million Europeans died. Also want to remind you, Patriarchy, of the Black Plague. Almost 200 million white people died because of their insanitary living situations. So let's not just talk about the problems that might be associated with Black people. There have been periods in human history where all people suffered and were in degraded, lowly states.
I'm not talking about suffering. I'm talking about ability. right? This is a question of
why didn't they have the ability to-
let me finish because so first off, right? But number one, we know that if we look at the plague or whatever war you want to give me, we know that those things happen because those people had a system of documentation to account for those things.
Okay.
Now we do know where other people lived had no written history and barely even had a written language at all.
Where
So,
are
like,
these places?
So Western
Can you give me
Africa.
some
Let me
There's
give you
no
some,
recorded
let me
history in
let me
Western
fin- let me
Africa?
finish. Let me finish. Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish. When you look at, there's a lot of history that people say is lost, quote unquote, right? We're all being told the stories, and that's why we get so many stories that are made up, because when you have no information, you can just make it up as you go along. Because we're told that this information was lost. We're told that, well, all this information was stolen. We're told that there were these supposedly great libraries, right, which couldn't save these people, that were built. That's what we're told. I believe the latter. I don't believe that. I believe that these people lived a very uncivilized lifestyle and had no record of keeping history. They were very primal in their existence, which is why, which is why a couple ships can come and colonize your entire continent. It wasn't even, it wasn't like an entire military swarmed up on you, right? You can only do that in places that are undeveloped. So that's my evidence of what I'm saying. And what I'm telling you is this: I'm saying that we have to, even if you don't want to do
Wait, how is
genetics.
Africa being
let me
undeveloped? Hold on, wait, real quick. Africa being undeveloped,
Yep.
that's evidence of what point that you're making?
Underdevelopment leads to colonialization, right? Colonization. Places that are underdeveloped are
No,
easier
I get
to
that.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying, right? So I'm saying that
Okay.
places that are strong, it's harder to invade. Okay? When you don't have navies and you don't have the gentleman right here talked about University of Nairobi, right? When you don't have now you want me to believe that you had these great universities, but we all know the University of Nairobi, I believe, was built by, I think it was the British, I do believe, right? We know that all of your first universities and things like that. You had a lot of people, not all, but a lot, had no desire for higher education. And all I'm saying is there comes a point. I want people to think about ability here, right? Like let's take the genetics argument out. Let's take all those things out. Let's talk about ability. Are people who get 4.0s and people who score perfect scores on their ACT and SAT, because I don't want to use IQ because that's politically incorrect, right? Are these people more likely to commit crime, or are they less likely to commit crime? Are these people who are in the top 10% of their class, are they more likely to become employed? Are they more likely to do these things? I know people love to bring exceptions of the 1 or 2 C students, but I'm talking about generally. And what I'm telling you is I don't think people's ability, right, is something that is all political. I think some people are high performers and some people are not.
Well,
I like to.
Hold on, wait,
I like to.
real quick. Hold on, real quick. I understand what you're saying. Patriarchy strikes back. I get what you're saying. Do you think that a strong culture is not going to produce more people who get a perfect score on the ACT, but it could make the it could make the middle of the bell curve be at a higher spot for that group of people? So that's where I'm at with it. I understand different people have different abilities. I have no problem. Like, again, you don't want to get into the genetics and IQ, but Asian people are really smart. We can look at the things they do culturally as to why they perform really well. But I have no problem with saying that. Yeah, it could be a genetic component to it too, as to why they're so damn good at math. But either whatever deficiency other groups have compared to other groups, I think strong culture can close gaps. Like, do you agree with that statement?
Somewhat, right?
Okay.
I think if you have a strong culture, it's good. I'm glad the guy gave the example of the Golden State Warriors, right? A strong culture cannot make somebody 6'6". Strong culture, if you have speed, there are certain things that are within you, right? That cannot be, changed. Now, of course, habits, having good parents, having good, those things matter. But to go back to when we go back to the Asian culture, right? There are people who are black, right? Who are just as who are top 1%, right? Top 1%, top 2% in terms of math, science, ability, performance, all of that. And I'm telling you that when I'm arguing these things, I'm not talking about the people who are top. I'm talking about overall. Now,
Right.
yes,
That's
I
why
do
I said.
think.
That's why I said the middle of the bell curve.
Okay. But once again, let's attribute it to his Golden State argument, right? There are some people that will never be 6'5". There are some people that will never be able to run a 4.42, right?
Exactly.
I judge people in their cultures based upon what they do when they're left to their own vices. So, for example, when we look at Asia had the colonialists leave, right? Western Africa had the colonialists leave. Now, when you're on your own, what do you prioritize and what do you not care about? We see two different results from those two different groups of people. And some of the things that we see in Western Africa or some of the things that we see in the Caribbean, we can see them in Memphis. We can see them in St. Louis. We can see them in Chicago. We can see them in Detroit. We can see them in Atlanta. And I don't believe, I'm just questioning, why are we seeing some commonalities here?
Hey, can I address this, please? Can I address this?
I do want to move it along. So if you could be
I'll be very quick.
very brief. Hold on, real quick. And shout out to number 16. I think he's referring back to what Nate said about the math and everything. He said conservatives do not use math. Republicans are not dropping because of Fent. Haha. Thank you for the super chat, number 16. Do appreciate that. Also, we got in here who will where was that? Where was that? I know I just saw another one. Somebody else said something, and maybe that was that right here. What is good about black culture? That is not. Oh no, I already read that one. It was another one. Oh, it didn't get starred. That's why I can't find it. So give me 1 second. Here it is. Car designer Chris. All right, car designer Chris in the building says, what about Timbuktu in the city of Mali with the cities of learning? I want to hear this. We'll come back to that one. Real quick, Nate. Go ahead and respond to that real quick. Then I do got to keep it moving on the panel.
Sure, no problem. The problem with patriarchy, he's looking at modern day Black America and thinking that's that's what we've been doing the duration of our time in this country. From 1865 to the early 1900s, Black people saw an absolute explosion in their wealth, their land ownership. I said the other day, applying for patents, the start of their businesses, over 130 towns established by freed slaves, marriage, 80% Black business. I'm not painting this as some Disney fantasy. It largely what it was. There were problems, but these people were eking out a life for themselves. I brought up the C.R. Patterson Car Company, the first Black-owned car company in 1915. And if not for Henry Ford and the assembly line and flooding the market with Model Ts, the Patterson could have taken off and been huge. But he adapted and he started making bodies for service vehicles and still was a multimillionaire.
Yep.
If we would have stayed on that track, patriarchy, we would be in a completely different world. Memphis would look different. Atlanta would look different. All these cities would look different if we would have stayed on that course. There is pre-civil rights Black America. There's post-civil rights Black America. There's pre-devotion to the Democrat Party Black America and post. And I can make the argument that post is now a nightmare.
Okay, let me just say this. So you said from 1860. No, hold on a second. Let me just say this. You said from 1865 to when?
The early 1900s, before the Great Depression.
So you had Reconstruction in 1860, right? That was not your own ability. That was white people, right, who basically pumped you up and assisted those people with with everything that they needed in order to build those towns and to educate them and to get literate.
310 years of
Hold on
chattel
a second. No,
slavery?
I'm giving
Okay,
you.
yeah, okay.
I'm giving you. So first off, if you really want to have the conversation, right? And I'm hearing echoes in the background.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who that is.
You went through a certain process that made you different genetically, right? You went through a certain. If you want to use chattel slavery as an example, right?
Okay.
Do you want to talk about how that changed your genetics? Do you want to talk about if you were weaker, how
I
you
can have
died
that
off?
conversation.
Okay, so you already went through a process thanks to slavery, which was something from white people who made those people what they were to a certain extent. Because if you look at places that didn't go through I would call it a massive pledging process, right? You're going to have different results. You're going to have different results.
Wait, hold on. But in West Africa, they're
genetically magnificent. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
They're genetically.
They are genetically.
Hold on, wait. Time out.
Until you throw a math book at them. Until you throw a math book at them.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody, stop.
You throw a math book at them? Really?
Nate. Chill. Hold on. You oversold your argument and left an opening for him to throw a punch. I think the way to say it correctly is the same thing that essentially, because what he was talking about were the black people being bred in this country. Yeah, that's what gave us our athleticism or whatever. One counter to that is, most of us, we came from West African slave trade, and over in West Africa, if you look at them athletically, they have a lot of the same features that we have. Everybody who wins in the 100-yard dash, 40 or whatever, in the Olympics, they're running or whatever. The fast sprints is always some people of West African origin or descent in somewhere down the line. So there's that. That's showing that.
So now you're arguing origin?
Whoa. So patriarchy.
What do you mean arguing origin? I'm stating the simple fact that you said that the white man gave us our athleticism through slave breeding, but I'm saying on my show, I'm saying that West Africans are very comparable very comparable to Black Americans, and that's where Black Americans come from when you trace the origin. So that's all I'm saying.
There's a real problem with the way patriarchy thinks. Patriarchy thinks everything Black people have in this country came from white people. I'm sorry.
That's not what I said.
I don't want to go that far. All right, listen.
That's how I sound.
Yes, listen. Hold on, wait, real quick.
Now you sound like the leftist you're talking about.
No, sir. You sound like a leftist.
Come on, guys.
You sound like a leftist.
Come on. Patriarchy in this conversation, patriarchy in this conversation, I've already said there are certain different groups have certain genetic propensities to this or that. That's the most politically correct way of saying what I'm saying. You know what I'm really saying. Okay. And I ain't even trying to go there. Yeah. But the simple argument, and I think you agree with this, that strong culture can trump over those things to some degree. And I think right there is really the crux of the conversation. Because we're talking about is Black culture worth saving. There's parts of it that needs to be scrapped. That whatever genetically hardwired setbacks that you think is built into us, obviously with a shitty culture, it's not. Those deficits won't be corrected. So I think that's where the argument is, and that's a tough argument for a lot of Black people to have.
The argument I was making during the whole slavery thing is the fact that you're not West African. Like what percentage you're mixed in, right, with of white course. People as well. Okay, so that's the part that I was making, is that was one of the conversations I was making as well. It wasn't just athleticism either, right? Like it's not just athleticism. It's education, by force. It's also the rules and the laws of the places that you live. It's the fact that you had to follow other people's laws in order to make it in this society. And it's and ask yourself a question, why these people in Western Africa who have the ability, or anywhere else where they have the ability, why are they not making it? Why
I said athleticism. Hold on.
Why do their countries?
I said, hold on, wait.
Why did tens of millions of Europeans come here?
Wait. I only said athleticism. I only said athleticism.
Okay, so
But, all right, we going. Unless I'm sorry.
Why did tens of millions of Europeans come here then? To get under the rules
to build
of the people here.
America. To build America.
And they came here to get under the rules of the people that were already here. They were warring in Europe.
Okay.
Why did they come to be under the rules that were established by the founders here? Why would they do that? If
Because they
everything
were
was so wonderful,
because they were
wherever
better
white people
rules.
are.
Because they were better rules.
But no, they're white people. It's got to be perfect.
Yeah, they were better. They were better. I never said that they were perfect.
That's what it sounds like.
Well, it sounds like that because you're because of
it.
your genetics.
We got
You're proving your genetics. You're proving your genetics right here.
All right.
You're
all right.
proving it. You're proving my point right now.
My genetics.
You argue Marxism, and you're the one that argued. You started off with Pat Buchanan arguing for more white babies. That's you. That's
no. I said I have no problem with Pat Buchanan wanting more white babies.
And when I'm asking you, I am asking
why don't you learn how to
listen? Why does the West look the way that it does, and Western Africa and parts like that look the way that it do?
According to you, because they're black.
I'm asking a question. Is that not a question we should ask?
I'm happy to answer.
The topic is black culture worth saving. This is a question.
I got you.
What is the name of the video?
Black people are.
What is the name? What is the name of the video?
All right, I muted both of you.
What is the name of the video?
Hold on, patriarchy. I muted you. Don't unmute yourself. Okay, I'm about to pass it to Hood Conservative, but I will say this: if we're talking about is black culture worth saving, going back to Africa and calling African countries a shithole does not make or break that point. We're talking about black American culture. So that's why it's almost like I understand what you're saying. Africans do have some explaining to do they're living in the most the rich country in terms of natural resources, but people starving with all their resources right in the ground. It's like, so yeah, I get it. You can there's a lot of shit that could be talked about Africans, and the Africans are leaving those shitholes and coming over here and thriving. We get it. I don't think that has a whole lot to do with us talking about black American culture as it is right now. What parts of is it worth saving? What parts should be scrapped? What aspects of it should be kept? How black people should move going forward, given the opportunity that we have, or I would even say that we've earned in this damn country, because hell, even we participated and we helped build this country. Our men fought in every war for this country. We citizens of this country, work in this country. We pay taxes to fund the government of this country. The government disperse those funds and do what they got to do to help make this country the best country it could possibly be. We put in on this, man. So I don't even give a damn about the overall argument that you're making. I don't give a damn about that argument. We talking about black culture right now, right here, today. And you're just saying that Africans are from a shithole and black people still do some shitty shit here. But can we culturally trump over all of that? Can we do it? You talked about ability. I think strong culture can beat anything. All right, that's where I'm at, and I don't know if you're refuting that point by saying that most African countries are shitholes.
What I'm refuting is this, right? Is I'm saying that ability matters within groups of people.
Yes.
And priorities matter within groups of people. Some people prioritize education, being civilized, right? Acting.
You're talking about culture now. You're talking about culture. Right?
Okay. So why are cultures different? These are basic things. These are basic. Okay. So
just starting over.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's just like okay. If you think that this is why do people behave the way that they do? Because every time I talk, it's like, well, is this about culture? Well, why is this culture happening? If you're telling me that the culture of entitlement, laziness, non-emphasis on education, all these things all came from quote unquote the left, and it's all the Democrats. Well, that was what somebody else said.
Okay,
I disagree with that. I disagree. Then why does Vermont look the way that it does?
Oh my God.
Why does Maine look the way that it does?
Let's move on.
TPOT just stated that he would like to have Patriarchy and Nate debate this very subject on his platform, Ace, as soon as possible.
All right. That I would like to see that happen. I guess I would like to see that happen. We're gonna go ahead, Hood Servant. If you got the floor, you got the mic.
Yeah, wow,
Oh,
it's hard to follow that act. But
yeah.
I'm gonna jump right into it because where I kind of ended my stream, and I was sort of just going down the logic chain when I discussed this idea. And shout out to you, Bernard. I know you popped in for a little bit of that show, and I was really trying to explore the idea without any kind of malice in either direction. And one of the perhaps depressing conclusions that I came away with, and this is why I don't take issue intellectually or emotionally with anything that patriarchy is saying, because these are some rough facts and very, let's say, racially troubling propositions that patriarchy is putting forward, right? But when I was asking the question about black culture on my stream, and I asked this specifically, let me walk you through how I got to this point, because it all started with Nate and SKC having a whole question last week on about why she have to be a black woman, and so I'm like, well,
He
let's
didn't
take the
say she
cosmetics
had
out of it.
to. He didn't say she had to, but
That
okay.
was literally his question. No, that was literally
Okay,
SKC's
that was his
question. So
question. That was the question.
without fighting it
Yeah,
out, let's
okay.
just keep moving.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I said, taking the cosmetics off of the table, there has to be something underneath it that you want to maintain or preserve by choosing that, by making that choice. And so I'm wondering, what are the qualities that are unique to black culture, the way you can say there are certain qualities unique to the Irish or the Native Americans, or hell, even Jamaicans. Those are black people. They have a unique culture, Nigerians, whatever. But when it comes to black Americans, because black literally kind of means American. Nobody says black and really means somebody from Nigeria for the most part, unless you're trying to be Pan African. But when people say that, we're talking about black Americans, and I'm asking what culture, what behaviors and traits are unique to black Americans. And on the one hand, the things that I can say that like you guys are saying, what needs to be saved, I hate to point it out, but if you go back far enough in time, because of slavery and Reconstruction, and patriarchy kind of alluded to this, there was a thing called the Freedmen's Bureau. And one of the jobs of this agency called the Freedmen's Bureau during Reconstruction was to basically civilize the newly freed Negro. And civilize is an ugly word, but basically, listen. Just because master used to whoop your wife, don't mean you get the whooper too. Little cues like that, and essentially, like they kind of educating black people, just teaching people how to read on a wholesale level. This was not done to us by us. This was something that other outside groups, came and helped us out with. So patriarchy is not off base with that. And I'm saying all that to say this: what if it really is true that the best parts of Black American culture are simply what we've seen from the best parts of white culture? We took things from white culture that worked,
Facts.
and because it worked for them, we made it work for us. But we basically took some white shit and put some Lowry seasoning salt on it, and say it's black culture. Like, no, no, no. The best things that work from the American context, we learned from the white folk,
Well, would we have
and
a
that's an
choice
uncomfortable
though? No,
thought.
well, no, to me, that's not that uncomfortable because how would we have any other choice? Or
You
how would
have a
black?
choice right
Oh,
now.
wait, hold on. How would black folks after slavery? It's like okay, we're Americans, so yes, our culture is going to look like
Right.
American culture with a spin on it.
Let me
Like
ask you a
No,
question. Have
I'll
you heard?
tell you.
No,
I'll
hold on,
tell you
Hood. Let
why.
me ask him a question. Hood, have you heard what happened in Liberia, Bernard? And I don't want anybody to cut
Oh
in.
God, dude, you're killing my
What?
damn
I know,
spiel.
right? Hold on a
No,
second. This is what I'm
because
saying.
that's exactly. Look,
If
we
we
took
want to,
that white shit to
hold on a second. Hold on
Liberia,
a second.
bro.
No, stop. Bernard, this is what I'm saying. What happened to newly freed blacks in Liberia? Do you know about
educate me.
Liberia?
I
So
know
what
about it,
happened?
but educate me. Yeah.
What happened was the United States, right? I think it was Lincoln or whatnot, claimed a certain part of Africa for newly freed slaves to go to.
Mm-hmm.
And, because some people want us to believe that these places where people originated from were so much less primitive and civilized and things like that. The newly freed slaves went there and basically conquered those people. And it ended up kind of somewhat enslaving the natural born Africans.
Not somewhat. It was pretty much literal slavery.
So
It just looks
they're
different.
going to argue with like the Goodyear and stuff like
hold
that.
on, wait, real quick. I think that's kind of gangster, and I guess the inner Darwinian tribalism in me is like yeah, you know, like I like to see black people take some shit over. Anyway, go ahead. All right.
The thing I'm saying is this, right? Culture does matter, right? But all I'm saying, I'm just asking questions. I'm saying, why is it that when people got, it has to start somewhere, right? I want to see why different groups of people do different things when they're left up to their own vices. That's the most important. Go ahead.
But do you think that the Africans or blacks or freed slaves they dropped off in Liberia, do you think they were really that wrong given the times and given that how much slavery was going on and it was dog eat dog?
No,
and
I don't think it's wrong. I think it's
was the white man wrong? That's the
exactly.
No, hold on. I'm asking. No,
I want you to explore the thought, please.
I specifically asked. Hold on. No, I specifically asked patriarchy that question because when he's talking about it from the perspective of black people and he's saying that, well, y'all got conquered because y'all are weak and y'all didn't have this and didn't have a strong defense, and that's what it. So I'm like, so it's like, okay, now the black people did some conquering. So
yeah.
So do you acknowledge that they were strong and had a good mindset?
Yes,
yes,
yes.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm
getting at.
Like
that's the point that I'm making is this, right? What would happen, and we've seen these things on TikTok, right? What would happen if Russia attempted to invade the United States? How easily would Russia win? It would be very difficult because we are a society that is built up. Whereas if you don't have infrastructure, if you don't have somewhat of a civilization, it's easier for you to be conquered when you don't have a good society.
But if I could interject, the white man conquered India, much of the Orient. He conquered what is now North and South America. It's not just black people he conquered. He conquered everybody.
No, I agree. The
for
Arabs,
the most part. Why just to focus on the inherent genetic problems of black people then?
Because the conversation, I'm not focused on the inherent genetics of black people. I'm telling you that the conversation was about culture, and the conversation was, is black culture worth saving?
My position was there are certain aspects of it that are, and much of it needs to be thrown out.
Conquering is not something inherent to whites, right? In fact, most of Northern Africa, right, which looks how it should not look, right, was conquered by the Arabs to start with. And for me, and you can see based upon the languages, you could see how much the Arabs did in conquering Northern Africa, building some of their first, coming up with their hospital systems, ending the fact that they would throw stillborn babies and bury them in the sand and sacrifice babies and things like that. I'm telling you, these are things that were all common. This was common. This was a common part of the world. We would sacrifice people. We would, if a woman died,
the natives, the Aztecs would sacrifice people.
That's my point. And who conquered them? And who ended that?
White folks did.
Okay. So what I'm telling you, so did they change their culture or not? Did they change their culture?
Did the white people that came and interacted with the natives of course they did.
Okay, so then once again, right? Why weren't those people who were sacrificing babies? I know they had their little huts or whatever that the people could walk up, and then the little ugly looking pyramids and things like that.
The Aztecs. Yeah.
Why weren't they strong enough, right, to fight those people off?
That to me is not something I really want to ponder. The white man.
It's because of their culture. It's because of their culture that they did not win.
I'll tell you why I don't want to ponder.
It's because of their culture.
No, to me, I don't care. I want to move forward.
Okay,
why would I want to sit around wondering why the white man was able to conquer the world? He conquered it. Kudos to him. I want to learn from him and move forward. I'm not.
That's what you do. You learn from him by analyzing what I just said.
Why we lost that battle?
You learn from him you learn from winners by analyzing what I just said, right? It's like watching game film, and I'm telling you, if the conversation,
it's more than just an analyzation with you, sir. This is like almost an obsession.
If the conversation is about culture, those people's culture is what got them annihilated. Those people's culture, I don't think everybody should have the right to their own culture. I think
what about the culture?
Please.
What about the culture in the gangs of New York? That was a pretty violent, horrible, bloody, murderous.
And who ended that? Who ended that?
More white folks ended it.
Okay.
More highly established white people put an end to the violence.
Okay, that's the point that I'm saying.
But it's still.
It's like true statements that don't even negate a whole lot. It's just I don't even I don't even know what y'all arguing about.
It up real quick with something else.
All right, well hold on real quick. Shout out to Carlo. He said, shout out to Carlo. Do appreciate I don't even know how much that is. 20 Canadians, 10. I don't know. He says, let's get the fucking likes up. Thank you for that. Do appreciate that. Shout out to everybody who's supporting the stream. Trying not to be completely late on acknowledging those of you who support the stream. Shout out to number 16. He says, not sure why you're disagreeing with Patriarchy Strikes Back. He is just taking your arguments to the logical conclusion. I'm not hearing. It's really not that much disagreement. When I listen to what everybody's saying, I'm not hearing as much disagreement as what people what they all are making it out to be. I'm kind of confused about what's going on. I am. So that's why
it's not much of disagreement.
Yeah. Thank you. but all right. So I'm gonna let Hood finish up, and nobody jump in. Hood got to finish up, and we're gonna finally go to Dirty Folks, and then we'll keep it moving around. We'll keep it moving around the panel. Background noise.
Finally, we'll keep it moving around.
Okay, Hood, is that you?
Real quick. This thing about cultures, and I think this is kind of the problem. I have background noise.
Just go ahead. I think it's a delay between me and Hood Servative. But just go ahead, Hood. Just start talking.
All right, now.
All right.
This thing about cultures, and this is what delay. Yeah, I think there is a delay.
He's choppy. Hood Servative is real choppy.
There's a thing about black culture.
Start talking.
The issue we believe as a thing, but there's what's black as opposed to what's effective and what does the best. And that's kind of what's killing this whole culture argument. It doesn't really matter what your culture is, what you name it, who's winning, who's most competitive. And that's really the only metric. And then black people aren't concerned about that, apparently. We're just concerned about the black side. And I think as long as we be concerned about the black as opposed to what wins, the whole culture thing is going to be a losing game for us.
All right. Dirty in the building. Shout out to you. Welcome aboard. You got the floor. You got the mic. Oh, now you don't want to talk. Hold on, wait. Unmute yourself. Dirty Folks, unmute yourself. There you go.
All right. And my hand myself twice. Anyway, the only thing that I disagree with on Nate, he my favorite Southern pastor, is I don't think it's a liberal issue because there's a lot of American cultures that don't even vote, like Asians, like Mexicans.
Wait, hold on, Dirty. Now you choppy, but it's two of you. Which one do you want me to drop? Maybe just the choppy one. Hold on, let's try that one. All right, start. Let me unmute.
All right.
Unmute.
Hear me now? All right, that's
all right. Yep. Yeah, let's see if that's better. Go ahead.
All right, so I stay here myself. Anyway, so the only thing I agree with it is I don't think it's a liberal issue. I think it's a cultural issue, and culture isn't dictated on politics. Politics are supposed to support your culture. The thing about patriarchy is I think he's right for the wrong reason. America was built on the backs of farmers. There were only a handful of people who can read past the 6th grade level all the way up to the early 1900s. So I don't think it was an education thing. I think it was a practicality thing. Um, and even when you talk about the
Hey,
difference,
dirty, you got to drop down completely and try to come back, man. You breaking up? It's choppy. It's choppy. I can't. Yeah, just drop down all of them. All right, we're gonna go to the new person on the panel whose name Cuban Libertarian. Go ahead. You have the floor. You have the mic.
Hey guys, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good. Go ahead.
Awesome.
Good, Che Guevara.
Yeah, he was a.
Jeez.
Oh God, yeah. So I think that the talk about culture is not productive. I was listening to Scott Adams the other day, and he said like, "Oh yeah, like when has it ever worked that you told a group of people to just hey change your culture?" It's just yeah, like tomorrow, like start acting like you've never acted before your whole life, and then do that collectively, and then that'll solve all your problems. So, he's talking about a lot about like success. So instead of looking backwards, looking forward. So basically, I know maybe some Black Americans feel that they don't have a culture because they don't have like enough African things in their in
No,
their
we
life.
already dealt with that. That's nonsense.
Okay.
There's a culture here.
Right.
There's a culture here.
Let him finish because I got some.
No. I corrected that because me and
'Cause no.
SKC, me and SKC wrote basically made it clear what the definition of a culture is, and then applied it line by line to Black people. And Black Americans do have a culture. So anybody who's saying that there isn't one because we don't we don't know what dashikis are, what color dashiki our people used to wear in Africa before slavery, that's nonsense. No, we have a culture here in America.
A superior
Right.
culture.
A what?
A superior culture
A superior culture to what?
to the places where they wear dashikis.
Oh, of course. Yeah. No, this is a superior culture in the West. Yeah, Black Americans have a superior culture. Nobody. And again, man, you triumphantly rebut people with points that I think they agree with.
Well, no, I'm not triumphantly rebutting them. I'm just stating them.
Yeah. Well, I think I think I get you. You stated hoping that it triggers them, but it's like no, we agree.
I don't think that it triggers them. The argument you made is how people will tell you don't have a culture because of they wear dashikis or whatever in other parts of the world. And the argument that I've made here today is that some cultures are better than others, and it's evident
Agreed.
based upon their contributions to the rest of the world.
Agreed. And the mere fact that we're talking about Black culture because we recognize that Black culture in America is inferior to other cultures in America. So it's baked into the cake of the conversation that some cultures are better than others. So that's what I'm saying is like you will passionately throw something on the table that was already a given. And that's why I didn't understand why Nate was going down the rabbit hole with you. It's like, I didn't have to argue about, cultures in Africa being worse.
Cultures in Africa being worse. Western American culture is a superior culture to other cultures, but under the umbrella of a Western American culture, it appears that Black Americans aren't doing the American culture thing as effectively as other groups, and that's kind of
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. That was
to that.
agreed 100%.
And
That
we
statement.
were
Hold on, wait.
before
Hold on. The statement that you made, Hood, was very consistent with my statement. Very consistent. And I think everybody stands that on this panel. So that's why I think everybody was arguing in circles about things we agree on.
And my point was that we were deeply invested in following American culture prior to the 1960s.
Yep.
That's what we were doing. And it's before, if I could, all the thing people are keep asking, why are you all about liberal or about Democrat? I have been in this space for 4 years telling you, everything changed for Black America after the Civil Rights Movement. Everything, okay, so promiscuity as a cultural phenomenon, which party embraced it? The Democrats. Promiscuity leads to a need for two outs that women are given in society when they get pregnant from being promiscuous, which is what the left promotes: abortion and welfare. Who introduced welfare into America? FDR, I think 1930 something. money for poor children and women. Then you have the radical leftist feminism, the hatred of marriage. I have played videos on my channel of college girls, a group of Christian men come to protest for protecting the rights of life. White suburban girls walk by screaming, pro-choice, poor choice, kill the babies. Where does that come from? The same little girl, when she was little, all she wanted to do was be a mommy and a wife and have a baby. Now she's screaming on a college campus controlled by liberals. Our entire educational system, secondary educational system, completely controlled by the left, screaming pro-choice, kill the babies. I played the videos on my channel. This comes out of one political party. On the right, there was a woman that I met when my children were young. She was the director of my daughter's daycare, right? Elderly white lady, wonderful woman. She was a part of Operation Push. I had never met a person involved in Operation Push, where white, conservative, Christian, Republican women go out and protest in front of abortion clinics, begging Black women not to kill their babies. How can you not see the correlation between the left and the state we're in today? I'm going to keep pushing it. I have never said the modern iteration of the Republican Party is our friend. They're going to come to our rescue. I've never said anything like that. I've never even told Black people to be Republicans. I promote the idea of conservatism because I know what it's done for me as a divorcee, single father, college dropout, still being able to be successful. Okay? And I attribute that to the conservatism I learned from Pat Buchanan, Minister Farrakhan, Tony Brown, from Tony Brown's Journal, Rush Limbaugh, these people. Okay? So when I attribute Black people's problems to the left, all I'm asking you to do is look at where we were before the 1960s and then look at where we are today after giving 90+% of our vote to them and following all the dictates that they say. Again, promiscuity. Black women can be 300 pounds and be beautiful. Black women don't need husbands. Two-parent household is racist and it's patriarchal. I've seen Black men on MSNBC. We played it on your show, Bernard. It was on the Tiffany Cross show, equating patriarchy with white supremacy. And you said, what, Black men can't be patriarchal? Where does this idea come from? Who's screaming, burn down the patriarchy? But the left.
Marxist.
All this comes out of the left. And this is my point. Our salvage is not to be found in the Republican Party. Our salvage is to be found in figuring out which party's platform most closely aligns with what we promote in this space. That's it.
Well, I disagree on, I get what you're saying, right? But if you look at, for example, you made you talked about abortion, right?
Yeah.
There's one thing with having the freedom to do something, and then there's another thing with people actually doing it. So, for example,
Facts.
if you look up how many Asian women have abortions, even though Asian women vote Democrat, right? It's a difference when you're saying that I believe in a freedom, or I believe in somebody should have the right to do something, and then we look at how many people are actually doing it. And what I'm telling you is that all the things that you're talking about, the state is not forcing you to do. They're not forcing you to be promiscuous, but we still know that certain cultures are more promiscuous than others. We still know that. There can be an Asian woman or a liberal white woman who is saying, I don't believe in the patriarchy. I don't believe that people should be promiscuous. And an Asian woman, and I believe in people's right to get abortion, but yet her culture is still not getting the abortion. She's still more likely to get married. She probably does eventually get married, right? And then you look at the Asian woman. There's a lot of Asian women in colleges saying, I don't believe in the patriarchy. I believe in abortion. They're still voting Democrat, but in their own personal lives, they are not getting abortions. They're still getting married. They're still conducting themselves in a certain way. And ask yourself a question. If they're voting Democrat and their communities are aligning with Democrat, but they're not participating in the things that they believe in other people's rights for, why is it that Black people are participating in those things.
Patriarchy, I have an argument.
Because they choose to. I think sometimes we say this stuff, and he made a great point. We act like the Democrats or the liberals came and played the flute, and black people just became zombies and went and go and did whatever they said they did. That's not how it works. Those people decided to make choices. Those people decided to do that. And he makes a valid point around that. So we just have to understand that those people made those choices. And those people decided to do
You're
that.
absolutely right. Those people
So
made those choices.
that's what it was.
An agenda.
What I want to
is
do
an
is get
agenda.
black people away from that party so they can stop making these terrible choices.
What you want to do is get black women away from that party.
If you
Coach,
look
yeah,
at the
I
Latin
want to do what they
community
want. You
today,
can't do nothing.
if you look at the Latin community today, they're doing what they did to black people a long time ago, like 100 years ago. I don't know if you've noticed. I don't know if you've noticed that Puerto Rico has a 50% single motherhood rate, and it has the biggest Section 8 housing in all of Latin America, a traditionally Catholic island. I don't know if you've noticed about this term called Latinx, because Latino, Latina, Spanish is gendered. There's female things and there's male things. And now they're introducing Latinx. I don't know if you noticed that Bad Bunny famously kissed a dude in concert. Puerto Rican reggaeton artist, the biggest artist this past year. So like what they did to you guys, they're shoving down our throats.
Yes.
So I agree that individually, yeah, I can tell some Latin lady, hey, don't be a hoe. I can tell a Latin guy, hey, don't join a cartel or whatever the hell it is, a gang, don't do stupid things. But if you look at like the agenda, bruh, what we're up against, man, we really have to, wake up.
And to this gentleman's point, the IMF, the WHO, Obama making aid to Africa contingent upon their acceptance of what? Gay marriage, homosexuality. NATO is largely, I mean, my God, the president of Ukraine danced around in high heels and other weird shit. This is what the globalists, this is why I argue with people who say it's white supremacy. No, it's a global, and I don't want to go down this road, but it's a global plan to destabilize all the countries, make immorality fair seeming, promote promiscuity and this filth and degeneracy all over the world. So yeah, we're going to see all sorts of societies with these problems exploding. It's not the Democrat Party going throughout the country. The globalists usually work their social programming through left-leaning political structures in these countries.
And you can see.
Go ahead.
And I can also, I will have to, shoot at the black culture, because we can't have a black panel without like taking a poop on black culture, right? If you look at Europe and Asia, there is a proliferation of twerking and pole dancing classes.
Yeah, it's a degenerative culture. Black culture largely today is completely degenerative, massive parts of it. Most of it needs to be thrown out. And that's never going to happen as long as, number one, black women are in charge. That's a huge problem. Two, a lot of black men are addicted to black vagina and they follow it.
Understatement.
It tells them. Okay. And it tells us politically. How many videos have we seen of black young men getting scolded and chided for voting their mind, voting
for not voting Biden,
vote Republican, but black women crucifying their sons for not voting the way they wanted them to vote? These young boys, as soon as they exhibit some leadership qualities, they get crushed by their mothers. And who are their mothers aligned with? I won't even say.
All right, Dig Thug, hold on, wait. Dig Thug in the building, $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. He says, can American culture keep an intact family better than others? If so, why are so many trying to leave to start families in those inferior, with quotes, inferior cultures? Good question. Good
Maybe
question.
Catholics,
Before we
Muslims.
dig in and answer that question, I do want to get Dirty Folks on this. Let's see if Dirty Folks got his Obama phone together. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm back at it, baby.
Okay, we good. We good.
All right. So Actually, man, Nate just cleaned it up just there, man. So I'm gonna leave that alone. I will say this though, everybody. Here's the difference between Black America and every other group. Every group has been enslaved. Black America acts like that's where their history started. And because of that, they want to bring that back because that's when Black women were on top, right? So as long as you listen to girls with clothes on, that's your culture. But the world in general likes Black American men. They just think you weak because you can't train your toddler. Like your inability to choke this chicken aisle 5 is why the world thinks you're weak. They want to trade with you. They want to buy your culture. You have a culture. You don't monetize it. You let the tiny hats monetize it. But you have a culture. They want to buy your culture. They want to support your brand. They're there for you. They'll give you opportunity if you're capable. The Black culture is based on girls, and girls like dumb men because girls are dumb and they want to feel superior, right? So when you talk about other people's cultures, they put their best and brightest at top.
Yes.
Y'all put y'all minstrels at the top and then listen to minstrels. And then you tell your smartest that they acting white.
Oh my God.
So really your cultural problem is your women hate you, but you love them. Your cultural problem is not that the world doesn't accept you. When you look at, he said that Europe occupied China and then they occupied Africa. That's a misnomer because China is still trying to get Hong Kong in check after the 100 years that Europe had before.
The British had it, yeah.
Yeah, like it didn't change. Like people are trying to get their houses in order all around the world in order to fight what the globalists were doing. You got the BRICS, you know what I'm saying? Britain, Russia, Brazil.
Yes.
Like people are doing a thing all around the world.
Yes.
The problem with colors is y'all think that these are your women. You need to separate from them. You don't need to separate from white people. You need to separate from your women and just have beige babies and start fresh with your best and brightest and call your best and brightest something equivalent to the tiny hats for Black people. Because that's all y'all act like this not
brownish
everywhere.
Now,
Come on, man.
If I could chime in real quick, I absolutely appreciate what Dirty Folks just said. My solution, Dirty, is getting our best and brightest Black men. Let the part of Black America that wants to celebrate Mental Illness Month, who wants to celebrate self-mutilating transformer people, who wants to put their boys in dresses, who says gay is the new black, who want to align, and this is where the Democrat Party comes in. All this comes out of the left. I'm sorry. Culturally, Hollywood, the latest Grammys where they celebrated Satanism, they told you straight up, we are Satanists. And we celebrate mutilating people and violating children. This is what the left is promoting today. I am asking our best and brightest Black men, please come out of this. If Black women to the tune of 90 to 96% want to devote themselves to these people on the left, let them go. Let them go. Let me tell you something. Last week we had a couple of crazy streams I was on with Bernard, and there was brothers in the chat, and I think it was Charles Merchant. Shout out to Mr. Merchant. He said, Nate, I said, working with decent Black women or conservative Black women. They said, Charles Merchant said, man, it's less than 10%. Charles Merchant, I want to talk to that real quick. Less than 10%. I'm cool with that. I don't even need 10%. 10% would be 2.3 million Black women. I don't even need that. Give me 500,000 physically fit, feminine, cooperative, convivial, and submissive Black women who believe in conservative values, traditional family values, the natural law of things as dictated by a creator. I don't care what you call them. If you don't even believe in a creator, I'm fine with that too. I'm good with whatever you believe, bro, as long as you don't believe in these monsters on the left.
Nate, but wait, hold on.
Give me 500,000 of those, and we'll be just fine as a group of people. Not
hey, hold on, wait, time out, y'all, real quick. I'm stepping away for a second, y'all. Don't a little big name patriarchy.
Into a Royal Rumble.
Yeah, don't have a shootout. I don't want no shootouts when I walk away. All right, I'll be right back.
I don't even need 10%, bro. I don't even need that.
The argument, but then that proves my argument, right? Like that proves my argument that that you would be, for example, in the top 10%, but then that the other 90% are garbage.
The other 90% of everybody is garbage, though. Everybody
I
needs
just
to.
I wouldn't say it's
Okay, no.
averages.
I would say no. Hold on a second. Okay, so dirty folk, I would disagree with that point because if you're I'm arguing averages.
Okay.
When we look up averages, right? I'm not. There's always going to be high performers, and what I'm telling you is that if you're a high performing black person, you are Damian Lillard. Okay, you are on a garbage team, and you have to carry that entire team.
That's a hilarious.
Whereas if you're if you're good as a Asian person, you're on the Golden State Warriors,
Okay,
right?
so not only is that a hilarious comparison, and I don't disagree with you. I'm
Yeah.
actually going to co-sign you. Check this out. I think you're right for the wrong reason, but check this out. Because even Damian Lillard on a garbage team is still with 12 of the best 256 basketball players on earth. This is the difference, right? When you celebrate your bottom 20% and 80% are doing just fine, you'll always see gloom and doom, right? You don't let the toddlers run the daycare. You don't let the prisoners run the prison. That's what black people do. They love the chaos and anarchy. Here's what I'm saying. When you got the logo, when you got the tribal crest, because that's what everybody else is taught. Everybody else is taught this is your last name, kill for your last name. Don't disrespect your father and your father's father's last name. That is why everybody else who does consulting doesn't have to spend the first 3 days trying to give people self-esteem. That's why when I mentor my young boys, first thing I tell them is, yo, I already know your problem. Don't listen to your mother. Listen to me. Your mama don't know shit. She just do shit. You know what I'm saying? When I'm just being
Dirty
honest.
Foot.
No, this
Dirty
one.
Foot. If I could
No.
ask you, Dirty Foot, because you mentioned something earlier when you were saying, hey, just get other women, start over, build a whole new culture thing. You could separate yourself from black because overall, black has been overtaken by all sorts of other special interest people, and that kind of goes back to my question that I was asking Nate last week, and I know that in the question it seemed like it was a personal question, but I promise you it wasn't. And I think we've gotten to the point of where we can have the conversation that I was seeking to have at that time. When you stated as a overall, you stated, give me 500,000 black women. So my question is, why do they have to be black women?
Sure.
Okay, so check
I
this
can
out.
answer that.
Wait, no. He was asking me the question. Yeah.
Oh, he's asking you. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. For me, it doesn't have to be black women. As a matter of fact, I want my head secretary, my bottom chick, to be an Irish girl because the only person that can stop a black woman is a white woman. What my whole argument is you guys make I ain't gonna say you guys because I'm on Bernard's show, but black people in general make the argument for 47 million black people. There's never been 47 million anything. The Cuban coup was 3 people. America was built by 52 people. You don't need a million. You need 15 people that believe in what you're doing, and everybody else will come in and sleep with. You know what I'm saying? When I'm on my channel, I'm just looking for 15 people. Really, I'm looking for 26 people so we can start a charter because I hate the Urban League and NAACP, so I want their money. I'm just looking.
Remember, the Cuban coup was backed by the New York Times.
That's cool. I got publishing, man. You know what I'm saying? I got 4 channels, man. We'll run our own commercials. Whoever rock with us, rock with us. This is the best time in American history to do it because you can be whatever you want to be. White kids can be dogs if they want to. You can change your gender on your birth certificate. I could be whatever I want to be right now. What America does, or did, this girl just told me they don't anymore. What America used to do when I was in 8th grade is you had to pass the Constitution test to graduate from 8th grade. You had to know about the place in which you stay. You had to believe in the principles of the place that you are, and you had to abide by legally the promise that you made to the place that you are. On a microcosm, every gang has lit, right? Every gang has a pledge, a creed, everything that America has, right? A logo, everything, and people kill and die for that. GDs, Vice Lords, Crips, Bloods die for that. You know what I'm saying? When they know the Constitution, when they know they laws, they bylaws. For Americans, is you can't graduate from 8th grade without knowing your Constitution. For gang members, you can't go to jail without knowing your lit. You got to go through a little vetting process when you first get there, so they know what deck to put you on. Everybody does it. There's a hierarchy and rules to everything. There's no rule to being black. Y'all let everybody be black, even people that don't want to be black. You know what I'm saying?
If I could pose something really quick to Bernard, and it goes back to, remember when we began this entire discussion and we talked about what led up to all of this, and you went back and you said, hey, the conversation that we were having with Nate, and I asked a question and it seemed like a personal question, and but just a little while ago, and this is what I was talking about, like on a much grander scale. And I want Nate to get in on this one because he stated, hey, what I'm saying is, you know, if 90-something% is bad, whatever, that's fine. Just give me the 5%. Give me 500,000 black women, and we put this group together and such and blah, blah, blah. And that is the real question of what I was getting at the last time I was here is, no, we're not talking about personal. We're looking at a bigger picture. Why would that group of 500,000 need to be black women?
Well, I'll be happy to answer.
Was he asking me? You asking?
Well, I think he was asking me.
He was asking me. I wanted to hit this answer too, though.
Oh, sure. I'll be happy to answer. I'll be happy to answer. Can we please not argue against the fact that most people prefer or initially want to be with their biological counterparts? I mean, we really can't argue this because that's what the overwhelming majority of the people end up doing. They pair with their biological counterparts. Some base it on ethnicity, some base it on race, some base it on, deep cultural connections. But that's what it is. At the Manosphere meetup, I talked to several of these black men. We would meet in the lobby at the Westin, sitting talking to these brothers. I would ask them about their desire for marriage, what they plan on doing. Master Yao came. Brother Truth was there, and they had this really incredible conversation. I think Azriel was there also in the lobby of the Westin. We were talking about black women. It's the only place we talked about women was that conversation in the lobby with Master Yao and Brother Truth. And the conversation was about black women, okay? I'm sorry. There are going to be black men that prefer to be with black women, as much as that may bother some of you.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with you. But my thought, my counter to that is,
you got to let me finish, bro. I was almost done. I promise, SKC. I was almost done. So again, this is not based off them being black. It's them being black with several other attributes that have to be there, and the only women there won't be black. There'll be a whole host of women there. But for the black men that might want to be with a black broad, let's have them there too.
Okay. All right.
Jesus.
Wait.
Let me do. Hold on, wait, real quick, because I wanted to deal with this. I think I tried to ask you this when we was having the one-on-one part, SKC. I think what Nate is talking about is black people, black men and black women getting together, separating from everything that we think is culturally bad and doing what makes sense. I'm trying to figure out, why do you have a problem with black men and black women doing something that makes sense together?
Okay, I got it.
All right.
If you got a problem with all the fuckery that's going on right now, I get it. And I got a problem with that too.
I have a problem with it.
And this is the answer.
Hold on, wait, real quick. My channel was built on calling out that fuckery. But if anybody is talking about black men and black women doing something together that makes sense, that will work, that will culturally be sound, 100%. We all should be on board.
Okay. If I could answer, if I could answer.
Go ahead.
All right. What I guess the assumption is that's put into that argument is that when you say the best and the brightest of us, the individuals that want to live by certain principles and so forth, when you throw into the whole ultra conservatism and such, if you actually look on that side, you will see that a lot of the quote unquote best and brightest of us, we don't pair with other people who are just black. That's not the
Hold on. Wait, time out. You just spun the argument. You said that are just black. Nate never said people
Thank
who
you.
are just black only. He's saying black people with certain values and contents of character getting together and doing what makes sense. And so it's again, you're fighting against black people doing what makes sense. That's what you're fighting against.
That's
Okay.
what
No,
it
he's
is,
just
man.
saying let's leave the options available for the brothers who want them. That's it.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
That's it. So he's saying okay.
Time out.
So he's saying the majority probably.
Time out. Nobody on this panel disagrees with the mere fact that options should be left open. All options should be on the table all the time for all black men, no matter what, no ifs, ands, or buts. And anybody who tries to get in the way of that is the enemy of the state when it comes to black men, as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
Everybody generally agrees with that on this panel. And all my audience and everybody who supports me agrees with that.
So then why when the question came up, not about the personal thing, I'm throw that completely out. When the conversation went to a larger scale group of people, what am I taking crazy pills? Was not the thought that just got put out was 500,000 black women?
I'll be happy to address that, SKC.
I don't know where 500,000 black women came from. I was supposed to walk away on that part.
Bernard, I said it. Charles Merchant, last conversation, put in there, Nate, that's less than 10%. I said, Mr. Merchant, we don't even need 10%. Give me 500,000 decent, properly raised black women that can be put with all the women these men can choose from. Some of these black men may want black wives. Is there a problem with that if these women meet the criteria?
Okay, here I can tell you the problem with that.
Go ahead.
I can tell you the problem with that easily.
Sure.
Okay, number one, you don't need any black women or women otherwise because girls fuck.
Facts.
So when you're in your purpose, you'll get the type of girl you're looking for based on the criteria. It's like hiring for any other position. You know what I'm saying? If you want a single mother, be a Hebrew Israelite, if you want, or Christian, you know what I'm saying, or a Muslim, because they all find religion out there, they do that one extra dick. But before then, they're fucking a logo. You be a Q or Alpha or whatever. You'll have a sorority sister. If you're a Mason, you got the Eastern Stars before they got fat. You know what I'm saying? If you get nation hoes if you're in a gang. Here's the issue with that. And this is my huge problem with this. Women never fuck the right team. She'll do everything she can to be a Crip girl and then have a baby by blood and an MS-13. So you got to call a gang truce to go see your son. When you just arbitrarily say, yo, she cool, she on my program on Tuesday. She may not be on your program on Thursday, and she'll put holes in your boat. The issue is to enforce. Everything with girls is about penalty. That's why they like to get choked during sex. Everything about girls is about penalty. And you have to, girls aren't going to be at the table and say, yeah, I want to be penalized. You have to have the system of reprimand and the system of reward together before the girls get there. And the girls will find you. You ain't got to look for a girl. Girls will find you when you're on your grind. Nobody
you're making a valid point that sort of strays away from what SKC was trying to pin down.
I
think we agreed about options, right? So I think we kind of
the idea that came up was like at the very beginning of this, and I think it's where we had our wires crossed a long time, a week or so ago. It was being pushed that
somebody got
that
background.
Yeah, somebody does, but it was trying to push this that like it was some type of personal thing. It's not personal at all because now we're having the conversation of much bigger scale.
Oh yeah,
and when you enter in the much bigger scale, the same thing comes up.
Wait,
we need a specific type of woman, and I'm like, no, it's just
it's
good women. Period.
Yes, good women. Period. That everybody agrees with that, but there are some that will have a preference for black. But when you're talking about on a macro scale, why even look at it with even concern like that? I do think it is something tribal within certain people. There's varying levels to it. But when Nate was saying some people, like to be with their own or whatever. Yes, it's something hardwired into some people more than others when it comes to that. This is where I'm at with that. And keep in mind, this isn't an argument for why black men should be with black women.
No.
Black men should be with whoever they want to be with, period. End of. However, I do look at black people. I do look at how young black boys are being raised, who are going to grow up and become young black men. I would like to see more black boys raised in households that make sense. Because black no matter what, black boys are going to be born, little black girls are going to be born. Would you like to see more black people raised in households that make sense? If we can agree that that's generally a good thing, then nobody should get in the way of the person advocating for those people who are black to who are going to be with each other, who are going to reproduce with each other, to behave in a way that makes sense. Like,
I agree with that. I agree with that. However,
wait, hold on. But that's sort of what I hear SKC doing to Nate. But I will never hear Nate do that to SKC and basically say that, okay, you're a black man, you have an Asian wife, you are raising your kids in a way that makes sense. I'll never hear him argue anything against that. Anything against that. The only valid argument that we can make, and Nate would concede, is that in this black American culture, for the type of women that would fit the bill, it's not really a target-rich environment, and thus the reason
that's where I'm about to go.
And thus the reason that Nate sits here and rants and raves day in and day out on his channel about everything that's wrong with the black culture. So I don't see the problem. I don't see no problems there.
Yeah, there's no problem. The only issue that I have is again, it keeps trying to be formed into an argument of like I'm talking about individuals and how they, or like I'm criticizing them on how they want to build their life. But what I'm saying is, when you look at the numbers game, the numbers of attrition, it becomes an issue of practicality. What is being proposed? It's the survival rate. The survival rate of it is so low that it's like, what in the world are you talking about? That's
why nobody. Hold on, wait. That's why nobody should exclude all options.
Other women, yes.
That's what that. So
yes. What I was saying, if I could, real quick, at the Black Manosphere meetup, I talked to a lot of them younger men. I would ask them, I say, do y'all plan on getting married? A lot of them wanted to be married. A lot of them wanted families. We didn't get into whole, I didn't ask them what type of women they were interested. I was just interested if they had any plans on being married. I wanted to gauge what the crowd was feeling. So I know that there are black men that would like to be with black women. And for these men, I'm trying to organize with the Black Manosphere meetup, the Men of Cyric, all this stuff. The website, I keep having problems with you and I, but it will be out this week. God damn it.
God damn it.
But
take your time, man. I'm there. I'm working with you.
With these men that I'm trying to organize, I know some of them might want a black wife too. I've done several streams on Passport Bros. Go get your passport, brother. Please go do your thing. I played videos of Southeast Asian women talking about how much they love black men. I played a video of a South Korean woman from 10 years ago talking about how much she loves black men. And I say, brothers, get your passports. Go do what you got to do.
Everybody love black men.
So Nate, if I may. So I hear what you're saying. But I'm going to tell you, like I was told here on Bernard's show about a year ago, when
hello?
Oh shit.
Can't hear you.
All right. Look,
He
everybody
was
likes
about
black
to.
men. Black men are the second most desired men on earth. Nobody likes black women. The fact that you like black women is funny.
So
Now, here's the thing, man. Even with the
Pablo, you're fading. You're fading.
Oregon,
You're
bro.
going in and out. SKC, I think there are plenty of black men on the internet who are of the view that black men should only deal with black women, absolutely 100%, even if they're more problematic. So what? They're yours. Deal with them. Fix the problem. There are people that make those arguments. I want you to go seek them out, find them, so you can apply the same things that it's like you want that fight with Nate, and I think to some degree you want it with me, but that's not my position. That's not Nate's position. So it's like you're asking questions that don't apply, and like we keep talking past each other.
This is a real question. So why Asian girl? What was it more intrinsically pleasing about an Asian than a black one?
That's not a good question.
I would think. Well, first, I'd like to address somebody in the chat stating one Asian woman. I showed probably a couple of dozen. You niggas, niggas love a lot of these niggas act like black women. You love just to find a fight.
I don't think that's a valid point at all.
Ridiculous.
You know, I agree with you on that one, Nate.
Several Asian women saying that they how much they love black men. Not one.
I don't care who loves me, bro. I care who follows my instructions.
Bro, I'm just no.
Everybody.
I showed that. Hold on.
I understand. Okay, this is
let me just address this real quick. I showed that to suggest to these anti-passport bro black women that there are women all over the world who do desire the $50,000 a year, 5'9", blue collar black men that you say is trash and isn't on your level.
Okay,
that was my point.
Nate,
Jesus,
Nate. Listen, what I'm about to say, because I need you to understand me. So we're not arguing about this.
No, not you.
I know, bro. You said something that touched my soul, though, and I say it on my show all the time. When I say men are awesome on my show, I love black men. No pause, because I'm a black man. I remember being a black boy, right? I love me, and I love my brothers as I love myself. For me to love myself, a black woman will automatically say you must hate women, because I said I love me. So when you're telling them that other women love them, they can't capitulate that because they don't love themselves, so they can't love you. They don't love their kids. They can't love you. They don't love themselves. So the whole thing is, when I asked why Asian woman, when guys get a passport and go anywhere else, or they try to swirl, everything they're looking for is a woman that another man trained. That's it. When black men decide to enslave their women, penalize their women, then they'll have better women. Men operate like women on Disney. Like, men operate out of love, trying to outlove a goofy bitch do goofy bitch shit. Like, once you put the penalty as a group, and that's why you have to separate, because you can't do it with 47 or 52 million people, however many on the census. Once you separate as a group and said, this is the rules and policies of this tribal crest, everybody will capitulate. Girls capitulate to any municipal rule. You know what I'm saying? They don't even want to get a citation or a ticket. Girls follow instructions all the time if there's penalty attached to it.
Well, I'd like, real quick, because niggas in the chat, I also showed a white man who produced a short. Celine, tell him about it, please. Showed a white man who said, you know what? You ladies didn't have no problem with the passport bros when we white guys were doing it. But now these black guys are doing it. There's all this hubbub. This is probably a 60-year-old white man who's been a passport bro. He said that these, white men used to be the superstars, or the rock stars was the word he used, when you got off the plane in Southeast Asia. Then he said, now these black guys are the rock stars. They get off the plane, they're walking down the street. These women rush them. That's a white man saying that. I mean, how many instances do you need to see that maybe these men are appreciated and liked overseas, But you're okay.
Yeah.
No, real quick. This is it. I promise. I love what Dirty just said, because if Bernard remembers, a few months ago, I said, Bernard, anybody promoting this black love conversation is insane. I said proper black men will lay down the parameters of engagement. Either the women will get on board with that, or to hell with them. I said, these goddamn ABWs can walk on a westerly course till their wig floats. I don't give a shit. Either you get on board with what proper men promote, or I don't care what happens to you. I'm Mr. Separation in this space. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Obstacles, and I'm forgetting your name already.
Yeah.
I got to get them on the
Opportunity. It's all good.
Obstacles and
Man.
Opportunities. Go ahead. Yeah, you got it.
I think sometimes in our conversation, man, I used to love having these conversations, but I think sometimes we don't know how to agree to disagree, and we'll spend like 80 hours on the same subject. And so what I would say is that I see what both parties are saying. I agree. And definitely. Hey, did you ever see have you ever seen Training Day? You remember Roger, the drug dealer? Remember he was saving up his money to go to the Philippines? So he was a passport bro before Denzel shot him.
Snap.
Yeah, remember he was like, "What you doing?" He was like, "What you doing for the rest of the day, dog?" He said, "Saving my money. Philippine Islands, here I come, and I ain't never going back." So it was just funny. I was just did that on my show, reminded everybody Roger was a passport bro before the name even came in. But nevertheless, I think the conversation is good, and we made good advances. And I definitely think about the Black culture. There's things that need to be like left behind, start new, build from the shambles, throw it all out. And one of the things I think is vastly important, I'm going to add this bone in there, is financial literacy. And I think us just actually learning about financial literacy, learning what to do with money, learning and creating a better relationship, not only with money, with economics too, is very fundamental for what we need to do as far as applying, quote unquote, whatever culture we create. Because a lot of times we don't have that. And then we're dealing with all these other different levers of society, but we don't have any economic foundation. We don't know what to do with money, how to grow money. Even if we get paid, we don't end up knowing how to actually increase our net worth. So I think this is a very important topic that I'm hoping we could put into the conversation, and hope we can put it into whatever culture, whether it's a new culture, whether it's the new blackanese, whatever you might call it, right? Whatever. Yeah, I think one of the fundamental pillars should definitely be economics, big time, because we kind of shy away from that.
I would like to
if I could backdoor that really quickly, and it's kind of like one of the points that I wanted to get to in the outline, Bernard, was what the guy was just stating. I don't know the name. I just know
Obstacles and Opportunities. I just put the link to his channel in the chat room. If you could start dropping it in there. But
I just subbed. So but I think that's one of the points that is lost in the end of the conversation, because people always talk about solutions and stuff. Look at there's a lot of chaos going on. But look at the opportunities that chaos brings. Good grief. Who else gets an opportunity to say, you know what, this is trash. Let's start fresh with something new. And then let's look at all of these other cultures that are doing successful things, piecemeal the cheat sheets from all of them and create something better than all of it.
I agree with that.
Is that not what America did when they constructed the Constitution?
I totally
so I mean, it's like good
SKC,
grief.
but you fight with Nate when he's doing that. Only because Nate say the same thing. You fight with him. Why?
Okay, but because
the woman is black in his equation, in his personal equation.
Right, because that would actually counteract what you're trying to accomplish long term. If you have a set in your mind that, you know what, black, that goes against building something new.
Nobody said black. Okay, black. That implies black no matter what, regardless of competence. Black no matter what, regardless of character. Black no matter what. That's how pro blacks talk, and that's why they never make sense to me.
Okay, if I could put forth.
Hold on, what did you say, Friedman?
I was saying stylistically, aren't you doing that if you mention black before competency?
You said that.
No, I actually said.
Ooh.
No,
before.
No, when I was talking last time, I said a conservative, traditional values, blah blah blah, black woman. That's what I said on the last stream meet. SKC was talking on.
They don't exist. But here's I just wanted to say one thing to piggyback off. What was his competency over? I just want, he said financial literacy, and he's like, yo, that's some of the first thing. I agree with you, but I think that's the second thing. I think the first thing is the first thing, and that's the education, which is the indoctrination. So because you can, here's what. Okay, I'll use sports analogy because colors only understand entertainment. In every sport, there's a farm system. You don't get paid to be in AAU, or you barely get paid to be in AAA baseball, right? There's a farm system to teach you the job that you're trying to get. When school first started, before liberal women took it over, it used to be the little red schoolhouse run by the man of the community, teaching the kids the skill set that they would need in order to literally not lose the farm. They had to learn accounting, they had to learn a metric system, learn how to read contract law, all that. So they literally wouldn't lose the farm. And they knew more in 6th grade than in college now, right? Because they dumbed down school so much. And I've literally seen that in college. My college algebra 301 professor showed us as the class a 6th grade math test from 1870 something. And we was like, whoa, what? It was like, yo, they had to know this at 12 years old back then. So when you're talking about culture, all of that is part of it. The culture is the logo that's there for dumb people. You understand that, right? For you to be able to stereotype Asians as smart, when I know some dumb Asians, it's because they have a culture set in place, so people who can't think, the logo will think for them. When you come to America, people have their cultures from where they're from, but then they adapt to the American culture, whatever you want to call that. There's a lot of people whose parents came from another country and they can't speak their native tongue because they're indoctrinated in American culture if they go to American school. So I think it starts with school, and I think during that process, you teach the financial literacy and teach them the profession in which whatever your child wants to do. But I'm with you.
Watch this.
This is
Watch
the part
this
where I
though.
show you
Watch
who the
this.
school board
I
is.
could be like most brothers on here and be like, no, I think financial literacy. But watch this. What am I going to do? You got it. We can start with education and then do financial literacy. See, I'm not King Negro. So nobody made me the king of all Negroes, and I know everything. And I'm saying, hey, you got to listen. This is the first step. I mean, I'm telling you, I've seen it too many times on channels. Brothers will go back. No, the first step is tic-tac-toe. And then the next brother will be like, no, it's XOO. And then they just go back and forth. So watch this. Yep. Let's do it in a scientific experiment way. Me and you haven't built these strong nations yet. So I will defer it and allow you to try your process out first. And then if it works appropriately, then you got it. But if it doesn't, then we would revise with my plan. And so that's why I think we need to actually
I just
kind
want
of
to say
focus
this.
our mind. Like, you got
Hold
it.
on, wait, real quick. I just want to say
first,
this.
Then the financial literacy.
Me and one of my YouTube buddies that I talk with behind the scenes, we describe panels exactly the way you described it. And that's exactly what I've been trying to explain. Like, y'all are agreeing, y'all talking about doing it a little differently, but y'all see the same problem, y'all see the same target, y'all both are throwing punches at the same target, just one of you throwing a jab and a straight and the other one throwing a body blow and an uppercut, but y'all hitting the same target. Like, what y'all fighting for?
No, I totally agreed with him. I was like, yo, a second. That's all, because financial literacy is based on literacy, and 47% of black boys can't read because liberals teaching them how to read. So you're gonna say you got to
right.
And to get to the literacy. And I'm saying during the course of that, teach financial. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I know you see that, but I was just trying to show to everybody listening, I could come back and be like, no, bro, financial literacy first. But I deferred from doing some nonsense like that and was like, yo, you know what? You got it.
Yeah,
let's do it your way. And then follow by that.
Everybody want their particular expertise, their pet subject. They want that to be the thing in the forefront, and anybody saying, "Yeah, well, I like it this way. I think this makes sense right here, and doing it that way." And they want to fight against that, even though it's not a bad idea. It will work. It's just not your particular thing. Well, it's like I don't got to fight though.
I could real quick. The problem is collectivist thinking. The problem is that there's one size fits all way to fix these problems. I'm going to have my approach. The gentleman to my right should have his approach. Dirty Folk should have his approach. He's had things he's done in Chicago. Get together. I've got Sir Tice as my partner in the Black Manosphere meetup. I have the executive council, a group of brothers that are helping me put it together and pay for it. We have conference calls every couple of weeks. We got another one coming up soon. get together. And I know Dirty Folks, I think, said he had some type of boys after school thing he was trying to work on.
I had a gang, man. I'm starting a gang.
Oh, it was a gang.
Everything black. Look,
But
everything black people do is a gang. I can't have an organization, even though it's like a foundation and everything. It's a gang.
But my point is, let's get busy. Let's get busy. Again, my problem with a lot of the hoteps and the niggas on the left, and I've said this before, the reason they talk about we need to come together, we need to do this, is so that nigga can do nothing, waiting for everybody else to get started doing something that he can be a part of. No, all we got to do is in small groups of men, just go ahead and start handling our business. And then the brothers that succeed will connect with the other brothers that are succeeding. Everything will work out. We just got to get busy doing something. And that's the reason I find, solace in this space among some of the men, because they're actually doing something. So
you know what? I want to say this real quick. And I was going to say it for the black man meetup, but I'm going to say this just because my man said something. Do you guys know what an emeritus is? Emeritus is basically anybody that has 10. It's like a master, right? Anybody has 10,000 hours of experience in any particular field, right? So our program is actually based on emeritus teaching. So whatever y'all want to teach, you know what I'm saying? Because teaching is really a useless degree. It's just something to give girls something to do and be in debt. Because you can be a teacher with a $49 certificate. You don't need no 12 years of freaking school. But basically what we would do is we would help people set up a curriculum, and they'll just be the teacher. That's the class they teach. If you drive trucks, teach them how to drive trucks. If you do financial literacy, so you really it's people who do stuff, teaching kids how to do stuff with the agreement that if they're proficient at what they do, you'll hire them to give them that opportunity. But that's the system in a nutshell. You know what I'm saying? And me not going to the feds while we do it, because I don't want to go to the feds. But yeah, I'm with you guys. I think all things are possible, except with black women. But I think all things are black. Don't get it twisted. Black women.
But you want us to train the toddlers and not get with a woman that's trained by another man. Hold on. See, you be
no. Let me say something to you. When you train, look, the only good man is another woman's man. So if you train one, you'll get all the black women. They'll also like, oh my God, I need to steal her husband. So you'll be able to train them all because your girl will help. Like everything that's functioning in life, you just gotta, like when I'm confused in my life. This is a true story. When I'm confused in my life, I don't know what to do. I ask 3 black women, and if 2 or more black women agree, I do the opposite. That's how I live my life. It's working out. I know
that nobody's denying how terrible of a position a lot of ABWs are in. I think that people don't seem to like is I attribute it to their allegiance to the Democrat Party and liberalism and feminism for the last 60 years. That's why they're so terrible. Black women aren't inherently bad. They're not born bad. I disagree with Dirty Folks. I heard you say this on Bernard's maybe last week. You said women are bad, or women are born bad. And I remember thinking to myself, I disagree, because they're made bad by culture, by feminism, by
other women.
Democrat Party. That's what turns women bad.
By other women. Look,
yes, other women too.
All right, real quick. Let me shout out my super chats. Oh, Omega. I think that's at its core. I think that's what Dirty just said. At its core, I think that's what all of us are striving to do in our own little way on these platforms, on this little cyber bullhorn that we're speaking on. We are trying to change or stir the pot of the culture in some way, shape, or form. I think that's pretty much the name of the game, whether people admit it or not. But Omega Dreads Gaming Channel in the building dropped a $20 super chat. He says, I embrace many hate-free thinking black men and nerds to continue dysfunctional dystopia society. G Monk, I don't even know, the wolf from Never Ending Story. Was correct about hope in humanity. I do not remember a single line from Never Ending Story. Been a while, but but all right. Thank you to you. Thank you to who else we got in here. Coda Water in the building says, to Dirty Folks' point, if we separate as black men and create a culture we could identify as a new political force, then leverage from there. Yeah, that's A lot of that's a lot of what Nate what Nate be ultimately talking about if y'all listening carefully, listening correctly. But all right, number 16 in the building. Shout out to you, number 16. He says saving Keisha from the bring that back up or drop. Okay, I think it says saving Keisha from the left.
Yeah, I'll address that
is
if you want me to.
The answer. Sure, you could address that.
Real quick, no, I don't want to say Keisha from the left. The left has destroyed Keisha. Ask Bernard, the day before my first channel started, I said, quote, I would like fewer ruined Black women, end quote. That phrase suggests that there's plenty of ruined Black women. I would just like there to not be so many more. And if giving the women who have not yet committed themselves to this sick, disgusting way of life that the left promotes, promiscuity, abortion, single motherhood, all the shit that comes out of the left, if a woman is open to listening to proper instruction, like they were with Kevin Samuels, like they are with Tariq to a certain extent, Jason Black, say what you want. Some of these women are listening. And if it can get some of them on the right track, so be it. Nobody's trying to save the masses of Black women. I'm the nigga that said less than 10% is fine.
Man, them women was in there last night dropping $100 super chats on Kevin Samuels' casket.
Oh, that's right. That thing was yesterday.
Yeah, they did his little tribute thing. Yeah, I saw $400. His ghost was getting $400 super chats.
He did $2 million last night.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he made $2 million last night.
They were giving money to a guy that's not here.
He making more money. He making more money on YouTube dead than what I can alive.
Oh my God, nigga, stop.
I'm dead. Just go to the stream and just scroll through the live chats. Oh yeah.
That's off the change. That's some power, man. That's fucking power, dog.
No, that's marketing.
Wait, Freeman's Journal. I don't know because we got to wrap this up pretty soon. Freeman's Journal in the building says all women are Eve without male authority. They are sprinting to the tree of knowledge. Good stuff. He said not knowledge of good and evil. Period. Rewards and consequences. Hashtag SYSBM. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Cash out my corpse. Yeah. But no. Shout out to the late great Kevin Samuels. You know,
wow.
Much love and respect. R.I.P. All right. We about to wrap this thing on up. I do want to go around for some last words. I'm sitting here trying to think of any little thing that I wanted to add to it. One thing that SKC said, how he talks about how I was saying he shouldn't have a problem with a man, being with a Black woman, provided that the Black woman has certain contents of her character. And then you kind of doubled back and said, but if you do something with Black women, they're going to be counter. Like my whole YouTube channel is everything that they want to do is in opposition to what Black men ultimately want. But if somebody is talking about doing something that makes sense with those who are do not got heels dug into whole sisterhood ideologies, isms and schisms and feminism and blah 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 blah, I don't I don't see how anybody pushes back against that. I don't. That's where I get confused. That's where I get confused.
I think there's just maybe it's lost in translation.
It could be.
I don't think that I've ever stated that I have an issue with Black men being with Black women and vice versa.
No. Black women. No. Well, you should hold on. Wait. You should have an issue with it if they're being with Black women who are problematic. But it sounds like you have an issue with it when somebody is talking about being with non-problematic Black women. Like I'm with a non-problematic Black woman right now. Things could go left tomorrow and then she's gone. But thus far, I'm with a non-problematic Black woman.
I've never stated anything against that at all. What I've stated is that I think that it is a poor argument to press forward and to say, you know what? I want to build with like-minded men like myself, and if that includes black men with black women, that's a fallacy, because now
Well,
at that point, now you are separating yourself from a lot of other black men who have a lot of talents, a lot of skills and things. But then there you go.
nobody excluded. No, hold on, wait, hold on. Nobody excluded black men who have talents and skills who have non-black wives. I didn't hear anybody say.
So,
Hold on, you remember? Hold on, wait. You remember when I had Sage Talk Lee on here, and he was talking about basically how to build a city, town, or whatever the hell. He was talking about how hell he had the money to do it, the organization skills, and he said it's going to be black male first. He don't care about the race of the woman, but it's going to be black male. Sage Talk Lee. I send you the link. I send you the link.
Send me the link, because I did a whole 2 streams about that exact same thing.
Yeah, and he said it's going to be black male first, and then I remember you and Trey, and I thought y'all was trolling. Y'all was trying to pin him down, man. I was like, everything you said makes perfect sense. It all checks out. It's just, don't let a black woman in there. But it's
no. I remember that conversation. My argument was not so far as like not let a black woman in there, because it makes it seem as though I have like some type of hard opinion against black women. No, I've done business with many black women. Some are in your chat. So to throw that out is like, that's my opinion of it. It's like, no. What I was saying for Sage is how do you keep out the problematic people who want to try to engage in normalize modern black culture? That's what I was alerting to. And then the issue that comes in is that a lot of times, whether people want to accept it or not, even when you have let's say black family here, they're not the issue. It's cousin Ray and Sharkeisha and such and such. And a lot of the times the weak link is that is the woman saying, well, I can't just throw out my family. Am I wrong?
Can I make a point?
Is the cookout not a tradition within black culture?
I am strong enough as a man to where if I'm with a black woman, a very much like-minded black woman, but she got a cousin who I can look him up and down and tell he is absolutely destructive, that nigga can't come to my house. End of. So it's almost like you're basically saying, in your mind, a black man, no matter how strong and principled he is, he's going to crumble under the pressure if anything black is next to him, even his like-minded, well-behaved black woman who's with him. The mere fact that she's related, like, hell, you're related to. I'm sure you got some ignorant niggas in your family. You don't let them fuck up your life. So why? That's why I feel like it's a.
I'm just asking.
It's a real quick. It's a reaching argument because you have some ain't shit Negroes in your life that you don't. I mean, in your family that you don't let fuck up your life. So why are you just assuming that this other black man is going to fall victim to it somehow? You don't fall victim to it.
Here's my answer. PG County. Now we're looking at reality. We're not talking about what ifs and different things. Here you had groups of people who tried to uphold certain standards and such and blah blah blah. And in current times, right now in 2023, why it is crumbling is because a lot of people allowed Nook and Ray and Sharkeisha and their cousins and so forth into the areas.
I don't know exactly what's going on with PG County, but if that, I can see how black people who separate or become successful and move somewhere else, and then they bring the hood with them, then yeah, that's stupid. You don't bring the hood.
That happens all the time.
I know, but I don't think a black man with a certain mindset who meets a black woman with a certain mindset, the two of them getting together and starting a family in some nice place, I don't think it's baked into the cake that they have to bring the hood with them.
I'm not saying have to. I'm not saying have to. I'm saying look at the reality of what happens on the ground in real time in America.
If I could,
I think people who I got you next, Nate. I think people who are that far along in their thinking to the degree that that Sage Talk Lee was in that conversation, I think it was going to be. He spoke of a strong vetting process with certain levels of competence and character, and all of that requirements had to be met before people got in. And so,
and he's talking about the theory, and I'm talking about the reality of what actually occurs on the ground. Look at Atlanta right now.
Yeah, it's a nightmare run by a black Democrat female. Anyway, let me say this real quick, please, and hopefully we don't have to talk about this again. I want to speak to the fact that I really do maneuver and navigate these subjects really well on my show, and I'll prove it to you because it kind of it makes it sound like I'm saying, oh, black men have to be with black women. No. There's a white woman. I'm not going to say her name or the gentleman she's with. There's a white woman and a black man that regularly appear on my channel in the chat that are supposed to be engaged, right? The white woman asked me to give her away at her wedding to this black man. That's supposed to happen this year, from what I understand. My brother was in the chat and said, nigga, you ain't even gave your own daughter away yet. You got a white daughter? I said, I started laughing and shit. Bruh, I got no problem with what black men do. If it came across like that white woman in my chat, she can make herself known if she wants to. That white woman in my chat literally asked me, said, Nate, I want to talk to you about giving me away at our wedding. Bruh, I'm cool with it. I am cool with it. All I want to do is give the brothers who might want a black broad who is on point, mixed with all these other women, I want to have them to have a choice too. That's it. That's all. Thank you.
Hey, Bernard, I do have a caveat, and that is you gotta have, if you're like a high value black guy that wants super awesome black women or any other race of woman because you're so awesome and intelligent, you gotta have game.
No, you don't.
That's the one thing about the red pill, Bernard. I gotta shoot at you. I gotta shoot at you a little bit, Bernard. I know you hate the red pill, right? But they did get something right.
You said what did you say about what did you say about red pill?
Like the one thing that the red pill does have is that it does place an importance on game. You cannot be a corny, super smart dude and then expect any type of woman to come build with you. All right. and that is something that is very much related to the way that we are expressing our masculinity and things like that.
There's nothing wrong with game, and yeah, you do need to have some game, but I don't. This conversation is so far removed from the game.
Because we say black women this, black women that. But
I know,
come on,
we're not even having the how to gain access to a black woman conversation. Like that conversation can get silly sometimes to me. Like
Can I say something to
No,
not to that. Not to that. To something they said. No. To something they said. Not to that.
What?
He came, man. He came from left field.
I swear to God, dog, that happened. Ask Celine, she'll tell you.
No, he wasn't. No, he was dead damn serious.
That's wild. Train your time,
dude. I swear to God, what happened?
Read his journal, dude. You said bounty somebody in the chat room. You said somebody need to get booted from the chat.
No, I'm being facetious.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I
just want to say this: the way that you guys use the crayon, can we admit that that's a brand? Because when you have to quantify being a man by being a black man, isn't that your brand? Like,
well, I don't quantify it by being a black man. It's one of the components of what I am. That's all.
Okay, I got that.
That's it.
No. Listen, what I'm saying, bro. I got that. What I'm saying is, if you qualify it by that, and I want to be around people that look like me. I just don't want to be called black.
Cool.
I just don't want to be called black. So what I'm saying is the way that we have to qualify it, like, don't bring this type of person. Don't do, what was that movie back in the day with Lil Bow Wow when he was supposed to be a basketball player? He brought everybody from the hood to the suburbs.
I like Mike.
something like that, and they was having cookouts on the front yard, and all the neighbors was complaining.
That wasn't Bow Wow.
That one Bow Wow.
That was somebody. Yeah. Well, either way it go. That's a plot in every black movie anyway.
That's every black movie USA. Anyway,
yeah.
that's what you guys are talking about. That's a cultural thing based on the brand, right? That's not a people thing. Most people who move to affluent neighborhoods respect the HOA. You know what I'm saying? To be black, quote unquote, is to be an anarchist. It's to go against the cultural norm. It's really just to be anti-white, and whites aren't the top at anything. Not economically, not culturally, not anything. You're fighting to be in the middle, and you're losing that fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So rebrand, man. Just start over, rebrand.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of these conversations are. I think black people are. I think a lot of these conversations online is basically a lot of black people are talking about the rebrand. They probably not calling it a rebrand, but that's kind of what it is. They're trying to rebrand, repolish it, or whatever.
Right.
But all right,
all extreme. Yeah.
Well,
all the way to the nth degree. I don't think that Tony men are proactive enough. I think they're reactive to the things that happen around them, and they're great reporters of conspiracy theories, but they never conspire.
I think real quick, Christian Hutchinson, hold on real quick. My baby cousin wanted to come live with us. My dad overruled because he didn't want to bring that behavior / somebody got babies crying. That's dirty, folks. I know that's dirty, folks. You got like
no.
You got 7 kids, 7 baby mamas. You just like that dude who went viral. Get your babies together, man.
You got 26 abortions, nigga. No kids. Anyway,
okay. All right, hold on. He said, he don't want that behavior culture to our neighborhood or school. Yeah, I think black men of a certain mindset going to put their foot down on that. Like, you don't work hard to become successful to let a bunch of nigga shit drag you down. You put your foot down on that shit. But all right, we got to get up out of here. I've been trying to leave for a minute. Shout out to everybody who supported the stream. I know I missed some super chats. No, it was a card carrying simp who said that. Okay, a card carrying simp who's anti me and Little Big Nate and everybody who speaks up for black men. That's the person who said that. Don't try to put his words on us. The guy who says that is pretty much anti-black male. All right. Don't try to pin that.
Man, they reach. Right. These niggas reach.
They reach. They reach
like a motherfucker.
Yeah, they reach like the men. Yeah, the men who speak up for black men. They try to. I ain't about to go there on these weird black YouTube politics. But all right, we're about to get up out of here. Thank you, SKC, for excellent one-on-one discussion and sparking this great discussion. Thank you, Obstacles to Opportunities. I do appreciate you coming up, giving your perspective. I had one of my moderators dropping a link to your channel in the chat room. Hopefully you come back. If you got a show, I did hit my email. We probably
I was about to say, let me hit your email. Let's do a collaboration. I want to talk about some economics and the numbers and the stuff like that. But that would be dope.
No doubt. My email is in the about section. So hit my email.
About section of YouTube. I got you.
Yeah, we'll do something. And all right, I was trying to avoid the whole show saying you look like David Ruffin, but I had to get it out before you left. But all right, but all right, y'all. We got to get up out of here. Thank you, everybody who supported the stream in any way, shape, or form. Whether you like, share, subscribe, super chat. I can't even see if Cash App because I ain't got my phone on me. But thank you, everybody. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. Peace. We gone.